Yeah, the YouTube, I have to restart again. But so no, there's no sound. There's no sound because StreamYard don't allow the sound though. Let me restart the one on. So this so I'm just gonna keep it small for now. I think because I can't make it big. If I make it big, we might get copyright strike. And I think like not Twitter. Let me see. Okay. So this is gone. That is gone. Let's see whether I can like pull back the YouTube one. But yeah, I don't understand is the presidential election. I mean presidential inauguration. How could this be like copyrighted kind of thing? Like, I what the hell, man? So let's see whether we are back with the YouTube side of things. So yeah, welcome back, YouTubers, YouTube users. I cannot put the screen big. Is because if I put the screen big, then we're gonna have problem with YouTube. Like YouTube is not gonna be happy about it, and so we can keep it small, but there's no sound. So I understand there's no sound. I have to use. I'll fix. I'll see how to fix. So there's many wires talking to wire. So so can you guys hear me? Or no sound here? Hi Ugly Toad, hi Sasa, hi Blau, hi Nerdo, hi Bulikov. We'll send to live chat. Yeah. Show us your feed. Hi the crab on the strap on. Hi Nerdo. Oh yeah. Because if you open Rumble, then of course it's going to be like a double. So the I make sure that my face is much bigger so that yeah, this cannot be like so easily noted as like as it was stolen a video or whatnot. Yeah, that's a YouTube problem. So it's just music. That's the it's just music. I don't think is matters with the hearing of the audio unless we are going to hear Donald Trump speak. So that's Bill Clinton and Hillary. So yeah, how okay now let's see whether I can fit audio. Uh, Hi Dan. So if so no $100 for food review. I feel like OnlyFans. Yeah. So let me make it bigger so like it's clearer. Uh, I'm trying to see whether I can fit some audio. This maybe a bit big. Yeah, maybe this is a better size. This one I can still push it slightly here. I believe the Rumble one still is on. The Twitter one is a pointless. Yeah. So yeah, I think the problem now is that I think in presidential election, presidential inauguration in the future, or even any big events all around the world, the danger of drone attack, drone assassination is just too huge. I'm not sure how in the future how we're going to go about doing that. And if everything is behind a screen, or is we have to watch through TV, then there's a danger of AI. AI, everything can be fake. So that's another big problem with that. So not entirely sure how do we go about this kind of like problems. Oh, this affects the other side as well. So okay. So hi David. Yeah, the meme. I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure about the meme coins. I feel like they are just. I'm not sure why they have to launch meme coins. It feel like scamming money, but yeah. And the funny thing about the meme coins is the Biden is coming on now. They are inviting Biden now. So I have asked Grok regarding the. I have asked Grok regarding the schedule. The schedule. So there will be swearing in 1 a.m. Singapore time. The Singapore time now is 12:22. So the swearing in is in another half an hour. Uh, and then yeah, then they will have parade. But the parade will be at the Capital One Arena, which I believe there is a massive rally thingy happening over there. So yeah, inauguration address at 1 a.m. So I think you'll sign and swear in and then inaugurate. He will talk. Not sure how long he will talk. And then there will be a luncheon. So I don't think we'll be following the luncheon. So luncheon, I think it's just mainly the inauguration address. But meanwhile, I need to fix the see how I can actually make the audio work. Let me try to sort this out. And let me share the link to. Do, 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 do. Okay, activation. Open the app. Okay. If I. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I still need to use this. Okay. Where is my window? Where's my open? Okay. So hi. Yeah. So yeah. Back to. Hi Nedo. Hi Ugly Turd. Hi Oni. Hi Dash Dash. Lighty. Hi Rune. Hi Duki. Duki Dan. Donnie didn't invite me. Yeah, I don't know him personally, so no. Uh, hi Webs. Hello. So okay, let me do this. Like I'm actually doing the audio thing. I'm trying to see whether I can like feed a different audio feed. Output, input. Okay. Output it will be. Hmm. Duh, duh, duh. So, but I'm famous. I'm not famous, man. I'm not famous. Famous, you need to be in millions, I think, of subscribers and followers. My wife's no is I think it's because I'm wearing the but yeah yeah I gained weight over the years over the few years. Well, why did you comment on Biden's last set of pardons? Not yet. I know he pardoned a lot of criminals who is on the death sentence, and then some people is very triggered by it because I think number of them is sexual predators or something like that. So open but mic. Why is there no sound? Because this is this device, this app that we are using now to do the streaming is StreamYard. StreamYard um, don't have the audio feed to the from the desktop. So I'm trying to do a round work around. So give me a second. Can you hear me right? um, so now output, I'll go to this. I'm sure you can hear. Can you hear now? There's no sound on you on the I now the sound now from this. There's no sound from the heat. So there's no yeah, buffer. Yeah, look the heat there's this here, this here, and this here. Yeah, we adjust it. So I already feed so actually it's writing backwards. Uh, is there sound? Oh God. When this then I have no sound. Now I cannot hear. Can you guys hear? Is there sound? Uh, oh, yeah, it's a mistake. No, no sound. Wait a second. Output. Testing. Yeah, I return back to this one. Yeah, if I use OBS, I will have the audio feed from this, but because I'm not using audio, yeah, because I'm now feeding to this, which is yeah, can I feed to this? But then I will not be able to hear anything. Can you guys hear anything? Can you guys hear anything? NSA tell me to restart the stream. Even up. Open second string to the left bar. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Yeah, because now I also cannot hear, so which is kind of dumb. Yeah. So can you guys hear? So okay, let me adjust my audio and turn off. Better? Can you guys hear? Can you guys hear the piano music? Only me. Piano music, no?
Ladies and gentlemen, performing "Oh America," please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
But it's low. Okay. Okay, I know. I just turn on the volume. The piano music is actually from the stream. It's from the YouTube. Can you guys hear now? The rumble hear you, but no music yet. No, yes, no, no, yes, no. Can you hear the music now? Can you hear? Very, very low. Testing, testing. Yeah, so now, but can you hear me now? First, can hear both. So that's. So hopefully YouTube don't pull us down anymore. So video detected. So they don't allow me. They say that there is. I got a warning already. So I gotta like how do I do this? So other people, we have detected video in your stream belongs to someone else. So okay. So I need to move this away first. Okay. So let me talk first. So YouTube now is running a warning. They want a warning say that the video in the stream belongs to someone else. The stream may be temporarily blocked. So there's a problem. There's a problem. So wait, we need to find. Okay, I know. Let's go to. I got to find a stream on Twitter, so that maybe Twitter one they can't really complain. I'm not gonna turn on the YouTube one anymore. So let me turn off the YouTube one. So yeah, it's a little bit problematic, so no choice. So that reminds me that I haven't. Okay, let me search first. Trump inauguration, and yeah. So what can they do now? This is Twitter now. This Twitter now. So I'm not sure if they will still block us if this is from Twitter. So this is on Twitter. So yeah. So hopefully this works now. This is so dumb.
The Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs.
So can you guys hear the audio?
And Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
Yeah, if they detect and match the audio, but the thing is now that I'm actually watching this on the X, so it doesn't belong to any of the channels. So so what the YouTube is asking me is that I have to ask the YouTube channel to set permission to allow to put UTPA's channel on the allowed list so that they will not strike us. But now I'm watching this on X, so no, it's a different thing, right? It's not under YouTube, so no, they can't. So now this is just like, yeah, both me and music is fine at the moment. That's good. So Trump is here. Trump looks very solemn. So let me make this smaller. Then we have a bigger video. So or I make myself smaller. Yeah, that's probably better. So yeah. So this is going to be your future US president if he don't get assassinated. Like he seems to be destined to be a great person, I feel. So
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States,
King Baron the
ranking member
First.
of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable
King
Deb
Baron the
Fisher,
First.
House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan.
The Emperor Baron after we take Canada and Greenland. So
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr.,
yay!
President of the United States, the Honorable
Let's
Kamala
go,
Harris.
Judge Biden. Let's go, Biden. Let's go, Brandon. Perfect. So that's the double check again. Is the audio now perfect now? Can hear me and the video? Or is the music too loud? Or I mean the video is too loud. Good. And I think that we have worked around. Like YouTube did not want me anymore for now. Oh, he still wants me.
Escorting the Vice President-elect.
But how do you want me for this tweet? This
Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies,
this on
Mr.
X?
Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant at Arms and Doorkeeper Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant at Arms Mr. Sean.
So YouTube people, people watching on YouTube, I highly suggest you to watch it on Rumble because this YouTube stream might be pulled down. So let me find the link.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance.
Vice President, the next Vice President, he haven't signed yet, so he's not the president, he's not the Vice President yet. Yes, perfect mix. That's good. Oh, okay. Shock me. He got mesmerizing eyes, I feel. His eyes is like dreamy, you know. If you look into his eyes, you will like fall in love with him. Why do he look more evil? I feel like he's looking more evil than before.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant at Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant at Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune.
JD looks great. Lost 40 pounds.
Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House
He's
Democratic
getting ready
Leader,
to do his
the Honorable
dirty
Hakeem
work.
Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable
All right.
Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of
So I just want to say hi to the people in
Honorable
Rumble.
Mike Johnson,
Hi Cassandra, Oni, Siveon, Store,
Ranking member
skip
of the
that.
Joint
CBON
Congressional
is
Committee on
what? Are you
Inaugural
Singaporean?
Ceremonies, the
Because that's
Honorable
Hokkien,
Ted
right?
Fisher, and Chairwoman of the
High-end
Joint
network.
Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the
So hi, the
Honorable
Rumble
Amy
peeps.
Klobuchar.
So oh, it's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Rumble peeps, YouTube is gone. See you guys on Rumble. Yeah, welcome to Rumble, people. Can you imagine though? This is a inauguration of the U.S. president, and they like content ID this thing, which is like live stream across like the whole world. So it is so dumb. Yeah, so I'm not going to try again for the YouTube because I don't want to do a third time, so no. So I'm not going to try again for the YouTube because I don't want to do a third time. I hear myself. Wait. Oops. I hear myself. C-SPAN speed. C-SPAN. No. I think it's going to be the same on the C-SPAN one. Let me find. C-SPAN.
Please welcome the Chairwoman of the Joint Ladies and Gentlemen Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy.
So, so this is the C-SPAN one, but honestly, I don't really want to do the Rumble one again.
For the past year, I've chaired
I do the
inaugural
YouTube one
ceremony
again.
committee,
So,
which includes the leadership
real life?
of Congress from both parties.
really?
We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job.
No, I don't think so, right?
You have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy.
So we're gonna.
The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them.
So I'm gonna share this on Twitter
And
as
of
well.
course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy.
What do you think Trump's policy towards Russia and Ukraine? I think Trump will be very friendly with Russia, generally speaking.
And defend it. It is the moment when they become, as
Listen to
we
this
all
stupid
should
bitch.
be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years. And today it falls on Martin Luther King Day. A further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law.
Equal justice under law.
But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country. The people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary
So this
things.
is two different streams now. This is
Kennedy,
this
who
is
at
Donald
one
Trump's
point
stream.
worked as
This
a
is a
senator
C-SPAN.
in
So
this
C-SPAN
building,
have a different
would often walk through this
programming,
very
the way how they
once
do the
said,
camera work
"In a
and stuff.
democracy,
Different
every
production.
citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility. With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit, despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government. 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedom, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for
She's
us.
selling the narrative. That's her job, right? All checks off Trump. Go home, grandma. I think this is probably the most people on the Rumble live chat
Our democracy's
ever.
strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
So I thought they all voted Trump, did they?
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
I love you,
As
Leg.
much as
Thank
the
you.
truths and
Leg
principles
Broski.
enshrined in our Constitution
Bosk.
remain the same,
Hi, user Wang.
our
Hi, Ram.
democracy promises the American people
Ram reminds me of the
the
anime
power
I
to
watched.
change, to
Hi,
chart
Rosumak.
their own destiny. That's the beauty.
Hi, Ruslan.
That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence
You guys can hear?
of a nation
Huh?
to change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the
Oh, why that one died? Oh no. So I on this one.
Remain the same, our democracy promises the
Obstacles
American people
and to
the
seize
power to
the
change,
opportunities.
to chart their own destiny.
So we'll go with the C-SPAN audio
That's the beauty.
for now.
That is the importance of democracy. It allows the
Biden
endurance,
blanket pardon
the
J6 committee.
permanence of a nation through change.
But
It allows
how do you pardon someone that
like
haven't
our
been charged?
United States, both to avoid
You
the
can you?
obstacles
That's louder.
and to seize
Yeah,
the opportunities
I make it a bit softer.
God has placed before
Is it better
us,
now, user bank?
always staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it
Let me
is a
refresh
celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we
There's
humbly
different angles, you see,
strive
there's
to
different
meet.
camera angles.
In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards
Oh, so on top they already stand. So the C-SPAN one still haven't stand.
and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all.
Okay,
Be still
Be still.
and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the
Yeah,
right.
on Groma Media.
Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago.
Thank you,
Pray.
Madeline.
Pray when fighting, pray alone, pray with others, pray by night, pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform,
Why is there still YouTube
for
people?
each other, whose hopes are stoked
I don't understand. How
this
does it
new
work?
year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom,
Oh,
for he is your servant, aware of your
The YouTube
of his
stream is
own
back.
weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which
The you-
comes not
you-
from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him.
I confused the algorithm.
Please, God bless America. Please,
Look,
mentor every
You know
foe.
why? Because
You
this
the God
stream
in
that they
whom
have
we
problem
trust, who
with
lives and reigns
is actually
forever.
on X.
Amen.
This is not on YouTube. How can they ban my stream from a that is streaming from Twitter? And then this C-SPAN, I don't think
Mr.
C-SPAN do
The
copyright
last
strikes.
4 years, there are
Yes, been
times
back.
I'm sure you thought it
Yes,
was pretty dark.
That's funny.
But look what God has done.
Ah.
We praise Him and give Him glory.
Yeah, or maybe because I dropped the
Let us
link to
pray.
Rumble, that was like, oh no.
Our Father and our
Glenn said top
God,
secret.
thou hast said, blessed is the nation.
Maybe
whose
Glenn
God
works
is
in
the Lord.
YouTube, you know. Maybe
As
Glenn
the
works in
prophet
YouTube.
Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are His. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes
Yeah,
kings.
it's back on YouTube. It's
He
weird.
raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding.
Is it offending that I'm talking while he's preaching?
As President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again,
I want to get beer.
come to say thank you, O Lord
I
our
want to get
God.
beer.
Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought
Let
he
me
was
get beer.
down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father,
And he's gone.
to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms.
I think they can't make up their mind, you know. Like, it's so weird.
Remember to keep our eyes fixed on you. And may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help. We pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Yeah,
welcome
so
Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice
you know, people
Presidential
should
oath
watch
of
on Rumble, you
office.
know. So wait, let me type. Watch on Rumble. And he's gone. yeah, I learned it from South Park as well. Watch on Rumble. And where's the link to the Rumble one? Where's the link? Copy link.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Oh, he's swearing in
I,
J.D.
James
Vance.
David Vance, do solemnly swear
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
Cheers.
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true
Stream is
faith
back on YouTube. What the hell?
faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of
I think
evasion,
YouTube just don't
and
want
that I will well
don't
and
want
faithfully
don't want
discharge
us to watch Trump.
well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
on which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Help him, God. Just woo. Hopefully, you know, he helps Trump to bring about more peace to the United States. Let me reduce the volume a bit. So hopefully he will bring more peace to the world. Congrats. Congrats, Americans.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Yeah, Irish. Yeah, I agree with this. Like, you know, the wife is super proud of him. The way she look at him. I want to eat cookies. I'm hungry.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John
That's why I do
Trump,
stream,
solemnly
yeah.
swear. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So help him God. All right. Woo! Trump is president again. Yeah. Cheers. Cheers, Americans. Congratulations. And congratulations to the world as well. I think I personally is very hopeful for the Trump's administration. I think that we're gonna see much better times under him, hopefully. Yeah. Cheers, 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 guys, cheers. Cheers. It's not 42, it's very triggered. Awesome, awesome. So after this, he will be giving a speech. After the swearing in, it will be a speech from the president, the new president. Don't worry, no, with Trump, Trump will try to make peace with Russia. I'm quite sure it will be a much better times for everyone. Yeah, YouTube is back. YouTube is back again. I'm very hopeful. I'm a supporter of Trump for good reasons. I've seen what he did the first term, despite all the difficulties. I have great hopes for the second term. Yeah, I don't really get the point about the meme coins. Like, clearly they can earn a lot of money from the meme coins, but I don't know why launch the meme coins. I don't get it. Lauren, maybe not to you, but to me, he's done a lot of good for United States and for quite a number of countries. That makes sense, like selling your own pin. Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I agree. But although it's quite useless, I prefer the pin than the meme coin. I don't support the blocking of TikTok, but I also don't really use TikTok a lot. So I use TikTok to look at girls only. That's all. It's cooking. He built. Lauren, he built the wall. It's not the entire stretch because he didn't get enough fundings. A good portion of the wall was rebuilt, and then he built like, yeah, he didn't manage to complete it. This because of this, the Republicans did not support him well enough. And then after that, in midterms, he lost. I think the Senate, or he lost the House. So after he lost the House, he cannot get the budget. So he can't do. Like I said, the first term he was so trapped. He can't do what he wants to do. So I think this time round, I think with way more allies, I think he can do much more. That's all. And the thing is, the wall is not going to prevent 100% illegal immigrants, but it can make it so difficult that it slows them down and easier to to go to intersect or intervene or intercept those.
My honor and pleasure
Yeah.
to introduce
He's gonna talk
to
now.
you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Imagine being elected twice as president. Amazing. How?
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now.
Maybe.
From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put
No, Ruslan.
America
The gap is not allowed.
first.
As far as I understand.
Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end.
Cookie Monster. Yum, yum,
And
yum.
our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before.
Shorter the dollar.
I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are
Good luck to
at
you,
the start
Madeline.
of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly.
Lauren, this guy that watched BLM burn the place down, the BLM should be a
And
state
other
problem.
states
It's not
who
a
are still
federal
suffering
problem,
from a
man.
hurricane that took place many months ago.
If the state
Or more
police don't even
recently,
do
Los
anything, what do you
Angeles,
expect the
where
president
we're
to do?
watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly.
Yay!
My recent election
Lauren,
was a
whatever you say,
mandate
man.
to completely and totally
It's all in
reverse
the
a
Democrat
horrible
space.
betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give
Double
the people
factors. I
back
think he
their
never
faith,
slept.
their wealth,
Because
their
it must be a very
democracy,
busy,
and indeed their
few days.
freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Oh, see, look at the people who didn't stand. Look at the people that didn't stand. All the sore losers. All the sore losers didn't stand up. They all sitting down.
Thank you very much.
Biden, Clinton, Hillary,
That is
Bush,
why each
all
day
sitting down, never
under
stand.
our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day.
It's so awkward
It
to
is
see
my
Biden
hope that
sitting
our
there.
recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states.
Hanzo,
And
I agree.
the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true.
He have a dream. See who's sitting down. They don't want MLK's legacy, the dream to come true.
National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
Cheers, cheers, cheers.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy.
I wonder how Biden is feeling.
I will
Like,
end the practice
he's-
of catch
he have-
and release.
He's literally sitting there to get lecture. I don't remember the previous presidents
And
have
I
to
will
sit
send
there.
troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
I remember that.
Under the orders I signed
Do they?
today, we will also be
Yeah.
designating the
So weird.
cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Cartels as terrorist groups.
And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices.
Biden looks very happy though. Bill Clinton looks super happy.
The inflation crisis was caused
Bill
by
Clinton is
massive
super happy.
overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
Kamala Harris looks pretty depressed, I feel. Yeah, maybe Biden's high. I don't know.
America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world.
You see Kamala Harris,
We will be a rich nation
she is
again,
feeling it very
and
personally.
It is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers.
Yeah, petrol cars for the win. Petrol cars.
In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice.
Yeah.
We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have.
Hopefully
guessed
Singapore follows
possible
suit.
just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers
Yeah,
of our
V8.
nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
Let's go. Fall of
After
any
years
great
and
power
years
is always
of
bad.
illegal
So
and
no.
unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop
V12.
all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
Heard that, YouTube? No censorship. Stop taking down the stream, YouTube. It's because YouTube not always do this kind of thing. That's why I have to have a Rumble account. No, you guys made it happen, no?
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities.
Law and order.
This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life.
Yes, no more DEI. No more woke nonsense.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today,
Cheers to that.
it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
All the LGBTQ people is like, what? I voted for you and you. Yeah. They got scammed.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
That will depend on who you define as enemy though. You need to learn about meaningless rhetoric and platitude. There'll still be massive censorship. They use the excuse that YouTube is private. Yeah, I'm sure, of course. I never said that they will not.
Like in 2017, we will again
The
build
power
the
play will
strongest
continue.
military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
Good. Hopefully that will bring more peace.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
Not that I know that they are Americans. I think they're Israelis, right? So yeah. Not super relevant. Why are they standing up now? Oh, because they want to claim credit. Yeah, they want to claim credit, so they're standing up. You see how Kamala Harris? She's like, it's mine.
America
It's
will
mine.
reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs.
They're gonna change the name of the sea. Yeah.
President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal. which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made. And Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships
Uh-oh.
are being severely overcharged and not
War is
treated
coming.
fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
So this will be probably a war. Panama is not going to just give it back. So I think that we're going to see a war. So this is going to be Trump's war. So we shall see how this goes. So, hello everyone, this is Panama Sit Rep.
Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand.
Congrats,
If we work
Madeline.
together, there is nothing we cannot do, and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child,
Thank you, Bunker
and
Housing.
every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We're going to win like never before.
Looks like his speech is gonna end soon. Usually this is like the last few paragraph of what he's gonna say.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you.
Golden age.
God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
Congrats. Congrats, Americans. Cheers
Thank you very much.
to hopefully peaceful and prosperous 4 years for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
Hi, Vaughn. You're muted. You're muted. Yeah, Vaughn. You're still muted though. Unmute. Vaughn, you're muted though. Ah. Vaughn have no mic. Oh, he's gone. And he's gone. So where's the sound go? I do not know where the sound go though. What happened to the sound? So I open this sound. Okay, both is not. No, it's working though. Let me check. Is there any more sound? PDT is gonna get on the mic. What happened to the sound? The audio is, yeah, the audio is just gone. It's just me. The video's audio is that broken. Hi, Vaughn.
Hey, very, very happy right now. Good speech. Now we got to see what happens.
Yeah, now gotta see, what they're gonna do.
Just, Greenland, we're coming. We're coming for you. You heard it first.
Yeah, I think Greenland is a foregone. I'm 100% sure he's gonna go for it. Canada, I'm not so sure, but Panama Canal, I think is also,
Yeah, I think definitely Panama and Greenland are on the table for
yeah.
sure.
So Canada will
And
depend
probably
on.
maybe even Panama more than Greenland because he really laid into that.
Yeah, true. Are they singing the national anthem?
I thought they were. Oh, there she is. We were watching it over in BC, and our committee's like, "Oh, f that bitch, I can't stand her." And we're like, "Shut up, she's singing the national anthem." Like she's not singing a country song.
Biden looks happy.
He probably is. He's like, God, I'm finally out of this bullshit.
Bill Clinton is super happy. It's like he's beaming behind Biden. It's like he's just super happy. Then Kamala Harris is the saddest person there. Like everybody's happy, only Kamala Harris.
The two saddest people in that room are probably Kamala and Hillary.
Yeah. And then Bill Clinton is like very happy. He's like maybe he's just busy looking at pretty girls. He's like, oh, where's pretty girls?
Oh, he is. He's like, damn, she's fine. Look at her. Check out Ivanka. Look at Melania.
Yeah,
I wonder
yeah.
how many times Hillary's gave him the stink eye, catching him staring at chicks.
100%. So are they going to pray again? I think they're going to pray again. Yeah. So I guess keep my mic here. So no point listening to the prayers. You're muted again. You're muted.
Oh, I said I'm going to go ahead and hop off and go back over to BC since it's done.
Sure.
I don't think they're going to do much more. They might cover the parade or whatever, but I don't know yet. If you're still on, we might bounce back and forth.
We shall see how.
That's what I figured. It depends on how excited it is. There's like 500 streams of the same thing, so.
It's getting a bit boring though. It would be nicer if it's outdoor, but too bad.
If y'all are watching, like, subscribe, and share, and support DPA, because that's why he's here, to provide you with information and nice videos and commentary. I'll see y'all later.
Thank you, Vaughn.
Of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages.
But this is the reason why
both American and Israeli,
whose
pain our president so acutely feels.
What is the Israeli inside this prayer?
For the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years
Why they have to speak like
Israel
this?
and throughout the Middle East.
That feels so pretentious.
Almighty God,
Almighty God,
grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream
can you speak
of a
with
life
more power?
filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment.
This is
For
true.
while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light.
Glenn, what do you
and a
do?
mover of history.
Glenn, what do you do? I
May
don't
our
know.
nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing. That like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity
Whoops.
experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Double fractals. I feel
Let us pray for our 47th
usually it's
president.
USA, but
Heavenly
Israel is
Father,
trying
we're
to
so
control
grateful that you gave our 45th
from the other
and
way
now our 47th
by through
president a millimeter miracle.
yeah, it's so noisy with it. So I feel like the United States is mostly taking advantage on using Israel, but Israel is trying to use through lobbying and try to influence division in their own favor. And Israel has been very successful, but to say Israel control United States, I don't think that's very accurate. But they definitely have a very strong influence on United States, and but no, United States is still like way bigger. So
That we will live in a nation. We will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content.
yeah, this guy is more exciting the way he
Heavenly
prays.
Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing.
Oh,
Land where my fathers died, land of
hi Toby.
Hey man, how's it going?
Well, you
let freedom ring, and because
you-
America is called to be a great nation.
Yeah, I think the Israeli thing it has to be seen in geopolitical terms.
wait. I need to reduce the volume of the preacher. Yeah, I cannot hear you. Yeah, sorry.
I was just saying, I think the Israeli issue has to be seen in geopolitical terms. It's like, what option does America have? They abandon Israel? That would be a geostrategic disaster. And for what?
Yeah.
For what? What would be the upside? You know, so
So that people can stop, accusing United States as controlled by Israel. That's the upside. Like,
but I don't think they care. You know, like if people want to believe that they can, what difference does that make? You know.
yeah.
In a way, it's convenient, right? It's like if everybody's blaming the evil Jews, then
It's a
then
woke
they're
thing.
not
It's a woke
blaming
thing.
the.
It's a woke thing. It's like you have to be politically correct. So you don't want to be accused of being supportive of Israel. So yes, you've been watching in the VC as well in the lounge chat.
No, I've been watching Rumble, but
Oh,
interesting what he said about Panama.
yeah,
that was
he's
pretty
already give
ferocious.
the he already won. He's 100% going to go. He didn't talk about Greenland, He talked about Panama. So Panama will be the primary target now. And then I think Greenland is too easy. So he know that he's gonna get it done. I'm more curious about Canada, but definitely, which means that he's gonna start a war. Like as much peaceful as or peace loving he is, I think he's gonna start a war. And Panama will definitely fight USA for it, and China is gonna feed weapons if they can. So we shall see how.
I mean, there's been a war in Panama before. It didn't last very long.
Yeah. So let's see, how he going to do it, because we are in a different age. Who knows what will happen? Warfare is fought quite differently now. Like even in Syria, the Turkish forces is struggling because the Kurdish forces is just using FPV drones, and then they can't have any breakthrough. So the modern warfare is a bit different. I'm not sure how United States is ready for it for now. So let's see.
What did you think about the Mexican thing? He's declaring the cartels to be terrorist organizations. So that means the U.S. military can now strike the cartels inside Mexico. That's a pretty big deal.
There's more though. There's more SIBRAT for me to do.
No, but I remember people talking about this before, and it's like that's a massive deal. Like that could really have implications for U.S.-Mexican relations if the U.S. military is going in and doing strikes inside Mexico.
Yeah. So I think, yeah. I mean, if I'm quite sure I'm going to start to cover it because I think Ukraine war is like very one-sided now. So yeah, they will be interesting. You know? It's like, hello everyone, this is the what kind of sit rep should I call it? Like cartel war sit rep.
Well, from what I've been hearing, the cartels have got quite extensive ties to the Mexican government.
Yeah.
So, if striking the cartels, you know, to some extent, that's going to be indistinguishable from striking the Mexican government. So it's
then the Mexicans will be like,
deal.
Then the Mexicans will like declare war on the United States, for infringing their sovereignty, and then they're like, then United States just go in and annex another huge part of Mexico.
Right, which they might well do, because if you're going to do massive deportations in history, you can only really do that if you're at war and you've got somewhere to deport them to that you control, because otherwise people just don't accept them.
So and now it's going to be more chaos, more wars, and more death under Trump then.
And did you see he referenced the 1798 law when he was talking about that? Right. Well, the consequence of that was an invasion of Mexico. You know, and
so it's a warning.
I think that was where they took Texas as well. I could be wrong, but so that's a big deal. Like that was ringing the dinner bell. You know.
So yeah. So no. You see, again, I say multipolar world is not good. No, people don't understand. I keep saying, multipolar world is just be more wars. Nowadays, you're going to start to see it. Because the United States is feeling insecure, they're going to start to conquer places. Just like any other country will do. Russia did, China will do so as well. Yeah, it's going to be a more dangerous world. Yeah. But no, hopefully ad revenues will not drop so I can do more sit reps and then continue to earn blood money. I'm perfectly fine with that. Yeah, just don't come to Singapore, the war. Yeah, stay far away. Yeah. Yeah, you'll be fine. You are very far away. You are super far away from everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even if China strike Guam, you are still too far away. You can't even hear the sound.
I'm super interested to see how the Australian politicians deal with Trump, though, because they're really against freedom of speech, like both parties, both sides of the unit party. So that'll be interesting.
It's going to be, yeah. Basically, most of the West basically have over-invested their political capital to back the Biden and the Democrats' agenda. So now suddenly they have to switch the total opposite. It's going to be hilarious. And you know who are the allies. Like Viktor Orban, Meloni, the Slovakia president or prime minister. A few countries definitely is perfectly fine. They're very comfortable with Trump. But the others is going to be like, they'll be choking to death.
Yeah, well, in Australia, it's really awkward. It's like all the politicians are pretending that nothing's going on in the world because there's such close ties to the UK and to the US. So the whole thing with Elon putting the boot into the UK, it was like that just didn't get reported at all. Nobody spoke about it. It was like it didn't even happen. It's hilarious.
But it's the internet age. No one can hide anything. I'm quite sure that Australians are all watching, foreign media. So.
Everybody knows it's going on, but everyone's pretending it's not.
No, it's exactly like lately these few days, I saw a lot of high-profile people starting to post their confessions that they actually agree with Trump. That is like so painful when you read. It's so cringy. It's like, why don't you say something where it's a few months ago? No, you don't have to be like 1 year ago. Just the last 2-3 months. Like Elon Musk. Elon Musk also only just voiced out like the past few months. So you could have joined Elon Musk and maybe you're gonna have a lot of favors from Trump. But no, they take it until like yesterday or the day before yesterday. Then they start to write this long ass stuff. It's like so cringy. It's like, who will believe you? You didn't even put any stake to it. It's like Trump have won. He didn't die for assassinations, and then he didn't die while waiting to be inaugurated. So now you start to talk. It's like, you're totally safe now. So now you can talk about you supporting Trump. That's so disgusting. I find it. I think they're seeing the national anthem.
Elon supported Biden in 2020.
Because he still.
That's why there's so much hatred from Bannon towards Elon, because Bannon went to jail for the cause, and Elon, who was on Biden's side in the stolen election, he's now the favorite boy.
No, but Steve Bannon, he put himself out there. So this is the cost. This different. It's just risky when you put yourself out there, and he's actively fighting the information war. But he picked the wrong ally. That's the problem. He went to ally with Mao Squaw, and to support his anti-China mission operation, where they formed the Federal State of New China, which failed spectacularly, and then it's like now he's nowhere. Trump will not touch him, for sure. Like because he associated himself with any China or separatist organization, so now he's like untouchable now. Like, you can't touch him. You bring him in, it's going to be a big problem with China. So.
He didn't really talk about China, did he? In the speech.
No, he didn't talk about China. But I'm quite sure he's going to tariff China for sure, 100%. China is just a bit more of nudging towards economic problems. So he just nudged China a little bit. China was like, oh shit, they will have a lot of internal problems. Like in his first term, when he was tariffing China was still pretty strong economically, but the Chinese also was already very afraid of Trump, because they can't win the trade war, and so they were negotiating, trying to drag it out until his presidency ends. So then they released the COVID to the rest of the world. Of course, it's not that deliberately. I don't think they deliberately caused COVID to appear. I think it's an accident. But since it's there, so they just share it with the rest of the world. Put it that way. Like they lock down the whole country, but they insist flight can continue to fly out of Wuhan. So it's deliberate. And then Europe is stupid. Europe is the biggest culprit. They like Singapore locked down our border with China, but then the people go to Europe, and from Europe they catch COVID and come to Singapore, and then Singapore have to lock down. So China did what they could, and then kicked out Trump. So Trump successfully got kicked out. They got Biden. They're very happy. They flexed. And then Russia go into Ukraine war. Even better for China. Now they got Russia backing them now, because Europe is stupid. They push Russia into China's arms. Then now Trump is back. It's like, what? I'm quite sure they can't even calculate the odds of Trump coming back.
Do you think Trump might try and get Russia back, like away from China?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think it's the logical thing to do.
But how? Because Trump's always been against the Russian gas going to the EU. He's spoken really harshly against Nord Stream, and he wants to export the LNG to Europe. So,
I think that would depends. I think it depends on how the Europeans behave. My feeling is that if the Europeans continue to be very defiant against United States, like they insist on continuing the Ukraine war, insist on they protest greatly on potential tariff on European products, then they want to fight United States for Greenland, then I think Trump will just say, okay, let's end NATO. No, we don't have to be in NATO. And without NATO, then he will talk to Russia and say to Putin and say, okay, I recognize Crimea, you recognize Greenland. Deal. Then
although the law is now, Biden passed a law saying that Trump can't leave NATO as president, that it requires Congress, which is really weird because Jimmy Carter left the alliance with Taiwan back when he was president. And so it's unclear. And when the Republicans tried to sue about that, the Supreme Court said, we won't look at that. That's between y'all and y'all, right? So it's questionable if Trump can leave NATO. And the head of NATO, Rutte, is saying everyone's going to spend 5%, right? But he can't make them do it, right? Like NATO has no actual power And I don't see that Europe is going to triple. In most cases, that would require tripling their defense expenditure.
Because they have to,
I
right?
don't.
Because the Europeans that keep saying that, oh, Russia is a big threat. It's a big threat. They're gonna conquer, the rest of Europe. It's like, yes, if the threat is here, then why are you not spending more? So they can't even match their action with their lies. Like so for Trump, I'm quite sure that they got to pressure. I mean, Congress is now Republican, so so it's not impossible for him to just delete away that stupid order or stupid thing that they put it up.
Well, that's how you get. If Trump was serious about taking Russia away from China as an ally and bringing Russia back to Europe, the way to do it would be to end NATO and replace it with something new, like that new security architecture that includes Russia. But that would be so hard for a lot of Europe to accept, particularly the UK. The UK has just signed that 100-year deal with Ukraine, kind of nailing their colours to the mast. Saying,
it's
Ukraine
fantastic.
forever.
So you're gonna see how UK gonna play this game. What a stupid thing to do, It's like sometimes I'm not sure if they really did these European leaders really believe the Ukrainian reports? Like they behave as if that they really believe all the reports by the ISW and by Ukraine. It's like as if Ukraine is actually fighting a pretty even fight with Russia. I wonder if they really believed it, because the feeling is that I thought that they would know better, that Ukraine is absolutely losing. I thought they would know, but the decisions that they are making sounds like they totally don't have no idea. They're totally blinded or get scammed by or having wrong or bad information. Maybe Boris Johnson would know the real situation, but no, the Starmer may not know. Starmer must be like, huh? The reports I read.
Yeah, that's a really strange question. After the failed offensive, you could kind of tell that the US completely lost faith. Ever since then, every time I've seen like a senior US person talk about the Ukraine thing, they don't want to know about it, right? They think it's a busted flush. They thought that was a complete shit show. But yeah, you're right. The British and the Germans that are for it, they're real believers. So I don't know. I think the crunch is going to come when the Europeans make their next contributions to NATO. I think that if they keep hanging back on the funding, Trump is going to realize that, I'm not getting what I want. And so I think that's going to bring a showdown between Trump and NATO. If the Europeans continue to spend less than 2% on defense, I think that's going to create a real showdown between Trump and NATO. Or more to the point, between the Republicans and NATO.
So I put in my earpiece. Because people are complaining that there's double sound from you. It's like, oh, it's me actually. I forgot because I'm using the speaker. Give me a second. How do I change? I need to change my audio, my speaker, change to my Rode. Oh no, headphones. No, wait, sorry.
But it's really weird that Trump's biggest allies in Europe, Poland and Orban and even Fico, those guys are positively hostile to Ukraine. So there's this really strange situation where Trump and his people are hostile towards the Europeans that support Ukraine and friendly with the Europeans that are against Ukraine. It's not looking great for Ukraine.
Yeah, so I mean, even European system, they cannot actually have people who disagree because they can veto. So I'm not sure how they're going to maneuver. Every single thing that they do, they have to go around. They have make up find loopholes to give the money to Ukraine. It's such a pain. It's just kick out Hungary, man. Just kick out Slovakia.
Well, they just actually opened the Schengen region to Hungary and Romania, so they're actually bringing them further in. So the whole thing's very, I don't know, it's very unstable. It'll be very interesting to see what happens. I'm glad I'm not there.
Yeah,
because
I'm glad
think
that
about them increasing. Yeah, with peaceful countries like China. But like the whole thing with the increasing the spending to 5%, it couldn't come at a worse time. Like they haven't got any money. They're losing so much money because they've lost all their cheap energy. They're in economic recession, and at the same time, they're going to be told to like triple their spending on American arms. Like it's political toxin.
But that's why I come back to the same thing. Is they themselves say that Russia is a threat. So if you say Russia is a threat, they're fighting Ukraine already, aren't everybody supposed to be militarizing? Like if peacetime is 2%, then of course wartime or potential wartime should be 5%. That makes sense, right? So Trump would be like, grilling them, and they'd be like, what? And then they are all welfare states, so they're all going to die. No, so do you want your country, or do you want to be nice to your old people? you choose one. Do you want the old people, or do you want to win against Russia? Like, no, or you want Russia to take care of your old people? No, that works too.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's very expensive for Russia to take care of old people. Like they have all the resources in the world. Like you just need to give them food and energy, and then Russia have both food and energy. So no problem for Russia.
And their industry is actually like building up, but out of necessity because of all the sanctions. They have to start making a lot more things themselves. So we live in interesting times.
I think it's going to be very fun to watch these next 4 years, because I think these 4 years, I believe, we will start to see Russia and China turn against each other. Because once United States is not a threat anymore, or Europeans at least half of Europe start to normalize with Russia, which is looking like the case, because a few of them is like starting to waver. Hungary and Slovakia is definitely going pro-Russia as we speak. Maybe Slovenia as well. And then the Romania is like, if this president that they are trying to prevent become president, then I think they're going to flip pro-Russia as well. Then then Moldova will not have the connection with EU. Then maybe they will feel a bit worried, because they then will be surrounded by by enemies. But Ukraine cannot be trusted. Then if Romania become pro-Russia, they're doomed. So maybe Moldova will also become more neutral. Ukraine is gone. So then maybe Russia will be more happy to deal with United States. Maybe trade will return to Europe. Then they don't need China anymore. Because ultimately Russia don't want a powerful China. It's a freaking threat. It's a massive threat.
Yeah, that's been their foreign policy forever.
Even for today, let's say if today's Chinese army launch a major invasion of Russia, Russia cannot cope. There's zero ways Russia can cope against a Chinese invasion. Weapons. Yeah, there's the only way is nuclear weapons, and it's just mutual destruction and all millions and millions of Chinese dying. But then they wouldn't be able to stop the Chinese army. They can kill a lot of civilians, but they wouldn't be able to stop the Chinese army. So, like because they are still, unless they go into a full war economy, then of course they could potentially hold China to some kind of stalemate, but they will lose land for sure. I think huge part of the east will be gone. Yeah, today's Russia is not the USSR. I don't feel like they are able to fight China. Not like they used to fight China, right, with all the border wars, which threatened to become a full-fledged war. That Soviet Union was way more powerful than China.
And China was much weaker then too.
Yeah, today's China is way stronger. So I think Russia is going to be worried. So yeah, as much as they are using each other now, I think the next 4 years we might see a change. So it's going to be very exciting to watch. Yeah. So I
kind of feel like America. Yeah, I think America's going to turn inwards during Trump's term as well. Like we kind of got that from his speech. He's talking about a lot of internal and local regional matters like Panama, Greenland, Canada. But mainly like Doge is a big thing. Like they have to get their debt economy under control somehow. And that seems like a major focus. And that's not a conspiracy. Trump has always been about America first, make America great again. So I can see Trump pulling right back from global conflicts and concentrating on America, trying to get their economy squared away. It's interesting
So,
to think about like what happens with Iran too, because if Iran turns into a war zone, China becomes absolutely dependent on Russia for oil, which is going to increase tensions.
So Trump is leading Biden to the helicopter, and yeah, the very I still remember the first Trump victory. He sent Obama off. That is so weird. I do not know. He gave me a very weird vibe that time. Biden is gonna be very happy. He finally can retire.
Mm.
Kamala will be crying in the room, for sure. Kamala will be so bitter, like. And then Biden is like, "Yes, I did it to Kamala, this freaking traitor."
I was going to say Kamala's not going to be as bitter as the people that gave her $2 billion or whatever to not win.
Those are idiots. Why would they give money to Kamala Harris? It's like, it make it sound as if the money is so easy to earn, man. Freaking hell. Oh, like, oh my god, just earning a few $1,000s, I'm struggling like hell here. They're giving like, no, take this few million, $100 million, just go. You can defeat Trump. No one believed it.
Yep.
And then like they still give it. You see, JD Vance very happy. Yeah, he's finally gone. He finally can retire. Vance's wife is super happy, super proud.
She's super smart lady.
And with India has finally infiltrated into the White House. Everywhere. You see? Yes, India is here. Welcome to the White House.
Archimedes will be stoked. He's such a Vance boy.
Archimedes is not Indian, right? He's Bangladeshi, right? So
No, but he likes Vance is the thing. He likes Vance's politics. Archimedes is as American as apple pie.
yeah, JD Vance is very American. He's way American than Trump.
You think?
Trump is pro-American, but he's like the elite American. He's not the normal American.
No, I see. Yeah.
JD Vance is like the normal American. So, although a bit, but the smart version, the smarter ones. This helicopter looks so vulnerable. Are we going to watch the helicopter get shot down live?
Don't say this.
I don't know. Then it's like, yeah. I don't know. I'm quite sure some people will be like waiting for drama to happen, like assassinations and whatnot.
Surely that's over now. I mean, he's president now.
You can see, I think those are like secret service people, in the roof. Will Trump also look into ASEAN? I don't think so, man. honestly speaking, ASEAN will be like not very important to Trump. That's what I think. Because I don't think because to engage with ASEAN is just simply about geopolitics to counteract China. But the thing is, for Trump's his perspective is that United States alone they can deal with China. They don't have to use Southeast Asia. Like they will still engage and you will still like be friends and whatnot, but like it will not like empower ASEAN much. Like United States will just take the lead. And you have a strong United States, ASEAN will just follow. So rather than they will like talk more with ASEAN, it will not be like this. It will like that is the Biden way. Biden is like they will talk more with ASEAN and try to influence ASEAN to do the work against China. I don't think Trump will do that. Trump will just go straight against China, and then the whole of ASEAN will just follow. I think that will be what will happen, because that was what happened during his first term. Singapore don't even have an ambassador for 4 years, man. We don't have a US ambassador for 4 years, and people say that we are colony or we are puppets of the United States. They don't even want to give us an ambassador. Trump is like, because Trump was angry with our prime minister for predicting that Hillary will win. So it's like, no ambassadors for you. and then we have to send a big contingent to United States to pay respect to the emperor and ask for to be forgiven. We bought a lot of Boeing 747s as tribute. So
But a lot of Southeast Asian countries have their own reasons to not be happy with China. It's not like the US has to really work that hard to have allies in Southeast Asia.
yeah, but that's why that is a bizarre thing to me. China could have easily, influenced whole of Southeast Asia to be anti-US and side with China. So easy, but no, they decided to reclaim all these freaking islands in South China Sea, and that basically pissed off everyone. Like no one in Southeast Asia trusted China because of that. Because they don't have to do that. I'm not sure why they have to like they don't need those islands. China don't need those islands. Like United States also don't need these islands. Do you have the freaking aircraft carrier? Do you have your carrier group? Just go around. Everybody's afraid of you. Everybody will play ball. But you take these islands, it's like these islands can't move, and then it's like everybody thinks that you're a freaking threat. It's like it's a massive geopolitical mistake from China. And now they cannot go backwards because Chinese have very thin skin and big ego. That is a Chinese thing. We have very thin skin and very big ego. So it's like now they cannot take a step back, and they are the middle kingdom. Now it's all fucked. It's all messed up. You get what I mean, right? So because they cannot step back, right? They cannot say, okay, now we give up the island. That will look like a massive defeat. Then the entire the Communist Party rule will be they will lose legitimacy. They will lose the mandate of heaven. So yeah, now they're stuck with this forever problem, and Southeast Asia is stuck with this forever problem. We both I
really think the only way that China would ever go to war is if they had to, because of a collapse in global trade. Like very similar to what happened with Japan to kick off the Second World War. And so that's the big fear for me, is that a collapse in financial systems leads to a collapse in global trade and a domino effect. And then big economies like China, which are integrated, are forced to do something, And they will look weak if they don't do something, and so then maybe that something is war. I think that's the likelihood. I don't think there's any schemes to go to war, but I just think that because the global economy is so
it's like Hitler, right? It's like World War II. It's like why Germany go to war, under Hitler, because because for Hitler he have no choice. He must go to war because he overspent on infrastructure, because he want to build that glorious empire, right? All the infrastructure, the highway, the autobahn and everything. So, and then all this is spending future money, and then all these debts was about to be paid, and then they don't have the money to pay for it, so they go to war, and that basically wipe off all the debts. So the worry for me is China might do the same thing. If the economy went to shit, then the best thing to do is to go to war, because once you go to war, all this debt is gone. It's like you don't have to care about it anymore. You can, in fact, you can even kill off whoever super rich people that bought all your bonds and kill them off. You don't have to pay anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Well, this is what, when I was at military college, this is what we studied. We studied Germany between the wars, and particularly the build-up and the economy. And the big conclusion that we came to was planned economies are bad. Fascism is bad. And by fascism, we mean governments working with corporations in a planned economy. It's bad because it ends up cannibalizing itself, going into massive debt, and then it has to go to war. This was kind of like the conclusion of the study group into the interwar period. And that's why it's a bit freaky to look at the world now, because you've got so many planned economies around the world, including in the West, so much borrowing, so much debt. Yeah, it was so much debt that it's really at risk of falling over, and then you get desperate people making desperate decisions.
Because if you look at Singapore, planned economy can work, but the problem is you must have a lot of restraint. You cannot just spend like without control. Even like Singapore, all the parcel of land we have a lot of land. We still have a lot of open land that can be built.
Really?
But Despite we are a small island, we say we have no space and whatnot. Actually, you have a lot of open grounds. The thing is that we always release the land parcels very slowly, and they always have a lot of restraint. So they don't release a lot at one time, unless there is some kind of economic needs. Then to boost the economy, maybe there's a recession, so they will release a bit more land to boost the economy, boost the construction industry. But when times are good, construction industry is just left for dead. Like, we build very, very few, and then the construction industry is like struggling. But no, Singapore have a lot of restraints, so it works. But when the problem with China is that they have no restraint, because maybe the country is too big. Different provincial governments, like, they run their own way, so they release too much land. Then they build too much, and then they have a bubble, and they also have not enough control over how the buying of the real estate, how it works. Like, everything just keep inflating, and then Chinese people know, if all Chinese people around the world is the same, it's a Chinese ethnic trait, is that we feel that it's very important to buy a house. And then, so in China, imagine that's worse, because everybody's Chinese. So everybody will feel like they are obligated to buy a house. So no matter how expensive it is, they will buy. And to the point where now, 2-3 like, you have the parents and even the grandparents will help to pay for the kids' house to make sure that they can get a house. Because they have this weird culture where you must have a house first, then you can get married. Which is kind of weird, because in Singapore, we don't have this thing. Maybe because we have public housing, so it's like, we never worry about housing. We always have housing, but for them it's a bit different. So everybody just have a lot of debts, and then the real estate industry just boom and boom and boom. So which is why you have all these massive crazy GDP, because everyone is paying above the rates, above their salary, pay scale to buy a house, and they struggle through life just to have the house. So, and now when it bursts,
like Australia.
Yeah, but now when it bursts,
so much like Australia.
So now when it bursts, it's a problem now. Is because they cannot let the real estate industry collapse, because so much of the citizens' money is in it. But yet the government also, I don't think they have enough money to just build up everyone, because some of the housing that they have built is so poor quality, they have to be torn down. There are others that is good by good companies, but they run out of money. So it was half built. So the China government have to pump in the money to finish the building, and they don't have enough money to just give to everyone. And then on top of that, the provincial governments are many of them have debts. All of them overspent on infrastructure and whatnot. So yeah, there's a lot of internal problems, which is why I reported on this, and people don't get it. Like, they think that it's an anti-China thing. They think that it's a economics video. It's not an economics video. I'm not an economics person, but I'm seeing it from a geopolitical perspective, because people need to understand that China is not having everything well. Because once you understand that the health of the economy or the society is not that healthy, then you will know that when they come to negotiation with Trump, it will be a different thing. They may not come from a position of strength, or they might make certain decisions that is not what you expect. Maybe because maybe they will start to think of war more possible, as an option. Because if everything is good, you wouldn't go to war. It's only when things is bad then you go to war. So yeah, Trump.
Well, there's another aspect to that. Like, you could be talking about Australia when you talk like that about the housing market, but the other thing to remember, the critical thing is all of the banking sector, they value all of that overvalued property as their asset. So if the housing market collapses, if people stop pushing it up, and if government policies stop pushing it up, then the banks can only lend a multiple of their assets, and their assets are the housing. So if the housing market falls over, your banks follow, right? And then they have to call in all the loans, which means you get a cascading fail in your housing market. And that creates unbelievable hardship and also really angry people, because Australia sounds just like China. Everybody believes they have to have a house, and everybody thinks a residential house, is an investment. This is kind of really weird and insane. Germans don't think like
this.
Right? Germans are really rational. Yeah, no,
because this is a very Chinese way of thinking.
Yeah, it
that's
is.
very Chinese way of thinking.
You could be talking about Australia when you talk about China. It's exactly the same structural problem. But like in Germany, I was really interested when I was living in Switzerland. The Germans do not see housing as an investment. The Germans are very rational. To them, an investment is something that pays you a dividend, right? And if it doesn't pay you a dividend, then you sell it. And then you buy something that does pay you a dividend. So this idea that you put all your money into a house that you live in, it's crazy. To them, housing is just a cost, like toothpaste or food or something, which
Your
is
first
sane.
house. So there was this, what's this financial guru, I forgot the name, Rich Dad Poor Dad. They say that your first house is never an investment. It's always a liability. So which is true, like the house I'm living now, this is a freaking liability, man. It's just a lot of cost, every monthly cost. So it's only a second house when you buy and then you can rent out. That's an investment. So yeah, I think the main problem with like the real estate, as they grow, they inflate, they get more expensive is one thing. It is perfectly fine if the rest of the country's income level and economy is growing at the same pace, because that means people can pay for it. Because if the people's salary do not grow in tandem, then what will happen is that when the real estate get too high, the government cannot even intervene to bring it down, because you can't.
Well, they collapse their banking sector and they collapse everybody's asset portfolio. Like there are a lot of Australians right now, right? And I bet it's the same in China. There's a lot of Australians now, and they say, I am rich because I have $20 million worth of real estate and I only owe $15 million in debt, in mortgages. So on paper, I have $5 million. I'm rich. I'm worth $5 million. But if the market halves in value, right? Now they have $10 million worth of real estate. They still have $15 million worth of loans. Now they're bankrupt. Now they have negative $5 million. Now they lose everything and have to declare bankruptcy, right? And so this is the thing.
The government can actually do it, right?
The government cannot bring down the value of the properties without ruining everybody.
Cannot.
And at the same time, young people can't get houses because the property values are so crazy. So it's a catch-22, and at the moment in Australia, it really seems like neither party wants to win the next election. We have a federal election this year, and if you have a look at the way the politicians are approaching it, they don't want to touch it. It's like everybody knows the music is about to stop, and they don't want to be the ones holding the bag when it does. It cannot be fixed except by a massive market correction and crash. And I think that's the most dangerous thing geopolitically in the world.
So that's what happened in Singapore as well. So because we are public housing, so housing was super cheap under Lee Kuan Yew. So when Lee Kuan Yew hand over to the next prime minister, which is Goh Chok Tong, he believed in the American economics. So he started to privatize a lot of public stuff like the trains, the bus. He privatized a lot of things, and one of the things that he did was that he reduced the construction of the housing, and then to make the housing appreciate. So everybody was very happy, think that he's doing a good job because now their house worth a lot more money. But what happens is that when Lee Kuan Yew's son take over, everything is shit. So when he take over, immediately everything went to hell because after that, like 5 years or 8 years or something of everything is appreciating. When he hand over, then you already reach a point where it's too high. So when he take over, then there's not enough housing. So immediately his government got under pressure because there's not enough housing, price is too high, and then I believe, I'm not sure when was the Asian financial crisis or whatnot. So there was a very long stagnation of the housing pricing for like 20 years. Singapore's housing, public housing, government housing did not rise much for like a very long time. Only until the past maybe 10 years. Then I can't remember how many years. I forgot the graph. So only very recently, like in recent 10 years or what, then it started to rise again. So of course COVID and everything shoot up like stupid. So but the thing is that what I noticed is that because of that prime minister that allows everything to appreciate, housing becomes so stupid that now you cannot have a housewife. In the sense that during the old days when Lee Kuan Yew was still the prime minister, house is so cheap. My mom pay off her house for like in less than 20 years. Like or like 10 over years. She pay off the whole freaking apartment. It's like, I have to pay for 25 years, man. That is crazy. And I notice this is the problem because the housing is so high. Let's say government, like in Singapore, we can be very authoritarian. You can actually come in and just force cut the price. But once you do that, then you'll lose your government because everybody will vote against you because you destroy their housing value. And which is why I say, no, well, even if the government can do it, politically it's a suicide. And yet, if you don't do it, then the young people cannot buy a house. And then, so luckily for Singapore, because it's still public housing, so we just dump more rebates and whatnot to help to pay for the house for the young people. But I cannot imagine how this will work for other countries because, like for Australia, I think it's a lot more capitalistic. So it's like there's no public housing like Singapore.
No, there is, and it's getting.
But for us, it's 80%, 90% is public housing. So it's everybody live in public housing. So like this new house is public housing. So the government still have a lot of control. Like Singapore, like in Singapore's case, public housing, the government decide how much is the cost of the apartment, and then the private housing, the condominiums, they can never reduce their price lower than what the government has set. So in a way, the government controls the pricing of the houses to make sure that it never falls, but at the same time, it cannot go too far. Because if you rise, the private housing rise too far, then people will like just go for public housing because it's just too expensive. They don't make sense. Although at this moment, I still think it don't make sense. I have a 3-4 room flat, apartment. If I go to buy a condominium version, it's going to be 3 to 4 times more expensive, at least. It will be like, 3 million Singapore dollars. This is like insane. It's insane numbers which I can't afford. So, but in other countries, I'm not sure. I don't know how people are going to deal with it. Like, in Canada, everything went to shit already. So then I'm not sure in Australia, how is it? Like Australia is full of land. I'm not sure why is it so expensive.
Well, it's a completely fabricated market. And the thing is, it's the critical thing is nobody can afford for the market to fall because the banks fall over and because everybody is invested, everybody who has any money in Australia, right? Because all the corporations are mostly owned by foreigners as multinationals. But the great Australian dream is to get rich through housing. And so if the housing market collapses, all of the wealthy people, really, they're just middle class, right? But they think they're wealthy, and compared to the rest of Australia, they're wealthy. They all lose their money and they become poor, which creates all kinds of social anxiety. But, you say Australia's capitalistic. You should see the data here. The government is spending like crazy. They're borrowing and spending and borrowing like crazy. And they've employed so many people. And in a way, it's good, right? Because people have money and they can pay their mortgages. But this is really, the whole thing is geared towards propping up the housing bubble. And if there's a global downturn in trade and Australia loses all the royalties from its exports, poof, it's a disaster because we have really turned into a planned economy over here.
Hi, Jess. Yeah.
Hey, John.
Congratulations. You finally have a proper president.
Yes, 1 second, gentlemen. I have to adjust the mic because I have you on that.
Sure. Yeah. Unfortunately, we're not going to listen to Trump speak because we talk more interesting.
Yes.
He's just going to repeat
Toby
the same
is
thing over
certainly more
again.
interesting than the current president of the United States, right, Toby?
No.
Are you still black-pilled as ever, Toby? And we'll keep it clean right here because we're on the open mic, not the VC.
No, this
It's
is
not
even
that I
open mic, this is
don't
the
like
main
Trump.
channel.
I actually do like Trump. I like Trump a lot. And I will say this. I think he is a really good human being. He sincerely doesn't like war, right? And I think that's a great thing. It's a great thing for America and the world. And so I think he's going to do whatever he can. The only reason I'm a little bit black-pilled is because I don't have a lot of faith in people's ability to do magic. And we all take the world as we find it, and that includes Trump. And Trump is inheriting a level of debt and a level of government spending that is really hard to comprehend. And it's hard to know. Let me talk about Doge for a minute, right? Elon Musk has got this mandate of cutting government waste. And I think this is going to be an absolute disaster, right? Because the thing about that government waste is it's middle class welfare, right? It's like all those people doing those government jobs that don't need to be done. That is true. They don't need to be done. Most government jobs, especially in Australia, don't need to exist. In fact, it would be easier to do business if they didn't exist. But nevertheless, all of those people earning salaries are paying mortgages, right? And they're also buying goods and services. And so if you do just gut that middle class welfare, you're going to drive millions and millions of people down to the poverty line, right? Which is going to create all kinds of social unrest. And then what you're likely to get is really vicious national socialism. And we're already kind of seeing it. Like I'm astonished on X by the anger of the younger generation. I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. I think if you're not angry as a young person, you're not paying attention because you're getting the worst deal ever, right? But that's only going to get worse if Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, just goes through and guts the middle class. It's not that his economics are wrong. His economics are arguably right. But the thing is, the consequences are going to be dire indeed. And so I really worry that the economic medicine that the West has to take right now might be so severe that it's almost worse than kicking the can down the road. It's like this should have been done.
That kind of goes against. I mean,
but why
if
is
I
it
may.
gutting of the middle class? I don't understand. Why is it
Well,
gutting?
because all
what he's
of
trying
the
to say
waste
Toby,
is wages.
Toby, can I kind of address what he's trying to say? I believe what Toby's trying to say. There's so many government employees that would qualify as "quote unquote" middle class, and if Doge would get Doge would get rid of those people, right? So Toby's trying to say the economic impact of getting rid of all these Americans who have these middle class incomes would be disastrous for the American economy. And in the short term, he's possibly right. Like, we don't know. I mean, there also could be ancillary benefits to that, right, too, as well, right? Because you'd increase efficiency, everything like that. So it's kind of like, I look at it as like the old metaphor of ripping the Band-Aid off. Do you want to rip it off slowly or quickly? You know what, guys, what I'm talking about, right?
Just do it quickly, man. You haven't had 4 years.
Yeah, but here's the point. Here's the point, right? You've got to cut regulation. You've got to cut regulation. Because at the moment, if you keep all of the environmental regulations and if you keep all of the laws that stop people working for themselves, then by gutting the middle class, all you're going to do is create massive unrest.
Yes.
To me, it has to be both. It has to be complete deregulation. People have to be free to cut down the trees on their block, on their land. People cannot be being told what to do all the time. They can't be people have to be free if they want to dig coal and sell coal. People have to be free to compete and free to slaughter their own animals. The amount of regulation in the West at the moment, it favors large corporations because if you can afford to pay a bunch of lawyers, then you can afford to be in business. But small business has been destroyed by regulation. So to me, the thing is, rip the Band-Aid off, cut all the wasteful government employees, sure, but you have to free people so that they're free to work for themselves. Because at the moment, like, if they rip out all of the middle class welfare, as I call it, and they create all these poor people, and they're still regulating all those poor people so they can't work for themselves and help themselves, there's going to be such unrest. And
I don't disagree with that. It's interesting that you said that because I was just reading an article yesterday about Washington State, where I happen to live, and we have the highest small business failure rate of any state in the nation. And one of the reasons is, or the primary reason is because of the level of regulation we have in the state of Washington. We're always trying to save some animal we never heard of, or, especially now.
Bushy-tailed swamp rat. Yeah.
Say again?
The bushy-tailed swamp rat. It's like that in Australia. It's like, you want to buy a donkey, you have to pay a $2,000 licensing fee to the council. It's insane. Farmers can't cut down a tree to build a shed anymore. It's just, it's
even
mental.
In Singapore, we are one of those lowest regulation in the world in terms of for businesses. I really find some of the regulation very irritating. Like, some of the things that I have to do is very irritating. I cannot imagine people living in Europe or America, especially in Europe, where they have to do a lot of paperwork. I can't stand it. It's a freaking waste of time, and it's a cost. To spend time doing paperwork is a waste of time. There's a cost to it.
Well, just as an anecdote, so I have a friend of mine that does soil remediation. Let's say there's a lot that used to be a gas station, and now they want to build a shopping mall there.
They detox it, right?
Yeah. There are legitimate health issues. But he was telling me, he goes, okay, well, first we got to deal with the city, and we got to get permits for this and that. Like, and this is just do the testing. Forget about the actual building, and then we got to get the county regs, right? And then we have state environmental impact studies, right? And then after all that is done, then they have to go back and they have to what's the word? When you got to combine all three, and they have to sit down in like a mediation between the different departments. And he's saying before anything is even done, it's like they've just spent like thousands of dollars in permitting fees and man hours and lawyer bills. Before you've done a single thing, like just all in paperwork. Like that's. Yeah. And all these people are making a living, like you call them the middle class welfare kind of jobs, and I'm not just disputing with that, but I mean, just think about how much resources that would free up if you got rid of all that bullshit.
Yeah, it would, and people will work for themselves, right, if they're allowed to. But you do have to like free them up, and I don't know, maybe it's different in America. Like I hear Trump saying "drill, baby, drill." That's the right idea, right? Like free up that industry. The problem here in Australia is they want to have their cake and eat it. Or the Libertarian Party and other people like this, they talk about cutting taxes and doing the Doge and going through and getting rid of all these government jobs, but they're not talking about reducing regulations because they're still all dirt worshippers. They still want to protect the swamp-tailed bushy rat, and they want to keep all the regulation because they think it's a good thing.
Why? I'm not disputing that's true. My question is the logic. If they're quote unquote libertarians, why would they want to keep the regs?
I don't think they understand the economy very well. I don't think they understand what you were just saying about how hard it is to run a business because of the regulations. And the thing is, we've come to believe that, we're all being very virtuous when we protect Mother Earth and we have all these regulations protecting Mother Earth. We're fine, exporting our pollution over to the third world, exactly, right? So that we don't have it here. But we want to have a pristine environment. So I don't know. It's a difficult solution because most people, when they hear about deregulation, they hear about like poor Mother Earth suffering dreadfully because of the greedy men.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't know.
Mother Earth will cry.
Well, why? I don't know if that's an issue. Like, 'cause I don't know how much industry there is actually in Singapore. You're mostly a service economy, I'm assuming, just based on the size of your nation and the lack of.
No, we have manufacturing and everything. So it's just that the manufacturing is all on the high levels, like pharmaceuticals, microchips. So the semiconductors is a very big thing in Singapore. So, and then of course we have because we are a transport hub, so we have massive oil and petroleum industry. All the oil that extracted is refined in Singapore. A lot of the oil, like in Russia, they'll send to Singapore to refine. Yeah, we have a freaking island defended by the military. This all petroleum. You can see it on the satellite map. The whole island is just petroleum. For pure petroleum stuff.
What about the regs in your country, like regarding quote unquote the environment or what? I mean, I'm guessing because it's considered.
They still do surveys and everything, but it's not it's not crazy. I think they still have to do surveys. It's like because I think one of the major reason is that we have a lot of underground stuff as well. We have a lot of tunnels and things going underground. So I think one of the we have trains going underground. We have underground highways. We have underground.
So what is this? Some sort of Alex Jones conspiracy or something? I'm joking.
I'm quite sure though there is a lot of crazy shit. If war happened in Singapore, there will be a lot more secrets will be revealed. I believe that we have war tunnels. We have more we are like Iran or it's Taiwan. We have underground military installations. Like I'm quite sure.
And you're ex-military intel, right? So yeah.
Yeah, so because I don't know about it, so I can talk shit about it. If I know about it, then I cannot say it's because it's classified information. But because I don't know, so I can I think that we have tunnels, If I actually know, then I cannot say that.
Sure, okay.
Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Because I don't know, so I say that I think we have.
Singapore's also got like a big legal and financial industry though as well because it's such a hub for corporations. Yeah, especially since Hong Kong. So many companies have fled Hong Kong.
So we are HQ hub. So we a lot of headquarters are based here. Asia Pacific is based here. So we are financial hub. We are logistic hub, air travel hub. So we are one of the biggest harbor in the world. We have a massive petroleum industry. We have pharmaceutical. A lot of research and developments is here. And then a semiconductor is very big in Singapore as well. So, but it's all on the higher range. You can see that it's all high income stuff. Because if not, Singapore is very expensive. For me, is just I'm just lucky that I do DPA. If not, I will be like a struggling designer, trying to make a living. That's all. So this is my way out. No, this is my way out.
Right. Well, I gave you some super chats, man. I hope that helps. But
Oh, it helps. Definitely helps. It helps already. A lot. So I just do my best. Yeah, but I think it's a bit hard to get out of my problem now. Because of how the algorithm works, it just pits me directly in competition with Military Summary, and of course all the relevant channels like Whip Union and all this. Because we are all in one market, and I cannot get out of it because because how the algo works is that the moment I publish a video, they will recommend it to the people that follows me, but then when Military Summary posts his video just at the same time, we share the same audience. So and then the problem is that the moment they show you my video and you don't click on it, that means the click-through rate drops. Once it drops, means that my video sucks. Even though you haven't even watched my video, or your video sucks. So they'll push my video lesser. And they tend to push the bigger channel video more because it's a bigger channel.
Well,
so as a result,
in competition,
yeah. So in competition, I can't compete, because Military Summary will just wipe off everybody. So if you actually take notice, even in the Ukraine war YouTube scene, even there are good channels do good work, they cannot grow anymore. They're stuck. There's so many channels that are only getting a few thousand views. I'm the lucky ones because it's like I'm here since the beginning, so my subscribership is still
you were here
on the
before
higher
the war
side.
broke out, so that gave you right.
I have the YouTube channel is already there, but I don't have much content. But from day one I started posting the SIP rep, so that became the main content. Yeah, the videos before that is shit because I was still struggling to think of what kind of video should I do. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Anyway, I mean, I'm a huge fan of your content, as you know, and I think you do have like a loyal following. But yeah, it is true that like the Military Summary and History Legends types, like they always pop up in my recommended. The recommended.
They'll force you
thing.
to watch.
Yeah,
YouTube will force you to watch. They keep just popping up for you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know exactly what I'm like. You probably get them too, right? So they're always going to be there. So if you're curious about something, it's going to be right there in your suggestion box or whatever they call that thing on the right. So that's a challenge. I mean, one of the things I was thinking that you could do to help your channel is if you could hire a producer and get some other people on your program, like the Colonel McGregor
Daniel Davis. Like Daniel
Sorry?
Davis. Daniel Davis, right? I think, what's the name? Yeah, there's another channel. I was on their channel once. So they interview people all the time. No, the problem is once I do that, it's a different content type. So it takes a lot of things to do, and I really don't have money to hire a producer. If I live in Belarus, like Military Summary, if I live in Belarus, I have a lot of money, a lot of spare money because people is cheap. Singapore, everybody is so expensive. And if you hire people from overseas, it's very hard to manage. It's super hard to manage at this moment. And tentatively,
the other thing is like, let's not be ignorant. News has always been entertainment, right? Like at the end of the day, broadcasting is entertainment. And if you have a look at X, there are all these channels that put themselves out as like ostensibly Christian channels. And there's a really good Christian community on X, but there's also a lot of people that are like, their thing is getting money out of X, right? And they will post the most provocative stuff. And it's got nothing to do with any sincere Christian theology. They're just trying to get money out of X. And so the whole thing is based on getting money, right? And so news has always had that problem. And so that it's always a form of entertainment. And unless you're prepared to entertain first and inform second, you're probably not going to make it. And so Wyatt has such a high level of information on his content. Yeah, well, like look at history legends, right? Like he does a lot of editing that makes me laugh, right?
Yeah,
And it's
he's
not
good.
highbrow stuff, right? It's not highbrow stuff. It's just posting memes and jokes and the rest of it. But he puts a lot of work into that because like
Yeah.
he understands that he is an entertainer as well as an informer. And so,
Yep.
you know, like he balances that so that he entertains and informs. And I think that maybe, you know, to give constructive criticism to Wyatt, I like Wyatt's stuff a lot because it's very high information. It's like, you know, if you watch Wyatt, you won't get a better summary of what's actually going on the front line. Like he goes over it in detail. And I don't think there's enough hours in the day for Wyatt to do that and to put in the memes and to be an
I can't edit.
entertainer. So I understand why Wyatt's in this difficult position. He either drops his standards to post cat videos, or he continues to be very high quality but very low entertainment quality.
So the thing is, I did try. So I did try do some editing before. Like there's one period of time I did try to do a few of the scripts with editings and whatnot. But it's the time invested is very hard to make sense, because ultimately, like I say, it comes back to the competition. Because military summary is also posting every single day, or
Twice a
Whip
day.
Union is posting every single day. So the both of them twice a day is 4. You know, it's 4 videos I'm competing. It's not even just that one channel. It's 4. And Willy OAM has transited from pro-Ukrainian to pro-Russia, in a way. So it's like now
he's going back actually recently.
So at least he will post one video that was like, I have at least five videos in our space, in our segment, which I'm not pro-Russia, but it's just that, yeah, because people pro-Ukrainian will just watch Danny Davidoff. So there is 5 videos I'm competing on a single day. So even if I do the editing, I can't get the clicks because you are still competing based on the thumbnail and the title. Which is why, you know, you can see that Whip Union or military summary, sometimes I do also, we write very ridiculous titles just to get people to click. Because the click makes a lot of difference, because the algo values the clicking very highly. Way more than the viewing hours, which is, I think is wrong. Like, I feel like, you know, it should be like the view duration of the video, like the more engaging a video should be, that should dictate how hard they should push. But that's not how YouTube works. Because YouTube find it very expensive to show your video, but the people don't click. So that is the problem. So even if I do very beautiful editing in the rear, I cannot get the views, and then I cannot recoup the cost of producing the video. So that's the conundrum. And also, if I do editing, the video cannot be so fast. Like, because now is I just record without editing, I just post, and then sometimes you see I'm already late. So in terms of the video that I post, it's already late. So imagine I have to do editing. So yeah, it's a lot of conundrums. And I really hate
it also
that I'm
doesn't
stuck
help
in
the
this.
subject matter. I mean, you're reporting on a particularly ugly war, so if you crack a lot of jokes, it's going to be really distasteful. And people, like I've seen people get really upset at your humor anyway, because they feel like, you know, it's war and it's serious. And I get that as well.
But that's the entertainment part, you see, because I can be boring. Because if you watch DPA's video in the first month, the first month of videos, there's no jokes. Because I'm just reporting, I just talk. Then I accidentally started to joke, because after a month of reporting, I got really bored of it. So I started to like make some stupid jokes, and people like it. So I just continue to joke, because for me, naturally, I just like to crack stupid jokes. But but it's like when you do the same shit every day.
That's kind of just your
Well, I
temperament,
like that
though.
too. But
Yeah, I don't, but it's not like when Wyatt makes a joke, it's not forced. Like he's not like writing a script before he does it. It's just like he's just speaking
there's no script.
extemporaneously. Yeah. So
There's zero
if you-
script.
Yeah, because sometimes like I notice like you're trying to say like the name of some Russian village that no one who doesn't know Russian or Ukrainian can pronounce, and you just will like make a joke about how you can't pronounce that town. You know, like you say, I'm not even gonna try with this one, you know, and you talk about that. And that's funny because it's true, because I can't, anything that's Cyrillic, God help me at, you know, I mean, no offense to Russians and Ukrainians, but I can't pronounce that shit. Maybe Toby can. I don't know. You've lived abroad.
No, I broke my brain trying to learn Russian. I had to give up. But
And
by the time I got to the
it's a funny
alphabet,
thing.
I had to start again and try and learn all the sounds again. I just gave up.
And the funny thing is that in the Ukrainian English writing of the Ukrainian words, all the G become H. And then when I actually put it into Google Translate, they actually pronounce the H. They don't pronounce G, which is why in English they write H. So it's not Grigorovka or Grigorivka, it's Hrihorivka. That is literally what Google Translate will pronounce it. So which is why I insist on pronouncing it as H. And now I'm getting really good at it. So now I can really pronounce it like in H. It is not natural for the tongue. Grigorovka just so easy to pronounce. The tongue is very natural. Hrihorivka is don't make sense. The tongue is like have to jump a lot. So
Well, what about also the K, right? Like Harsan, like the K is silent.
Yeah, that one is I pronounce wrong. I just pronounce it in English as a Kherson. It's
It's pronounced Harsan. Like it's not just or if there is a K, it's like a soft K. It's not like.
You say knife, right? You say knife, not.
That's
knife.
true. That's true.
And you say knee, not knee. So
yeah.
Kherson.
Maybe we should be saying knife.
Knife, yeah.
Knife in the knees. Yeah.
Knife.
So that's why sometimes it's very irritating about people keep complaining about the way how I pronounce Kursk and Kharkiv. It's like horse. I don't know how to like.
Well, look, Kursk is pronounced Kursk, I believe, even in Russian. But
the voice have to come from below.
Well, I think it has to do. I think it's the KH sound. If the K is followed by an H, I think you ignore the K. I think that's my very limited understanding of it. Like
because the alphabet is actually different in Russian or in Ukrainian. The word because it's actually a different alphabet. So actually, I actually took a few hours before, I think 2 years ago, to learn the Russian alphabet or the Ukrainian alphabet, which is why actually I can actually read somewhat the Russian name or the Ukrainian names on the map. Just that I'm lazy because I'm not used to it. So it's like, but if I actually look at it, most of the time, most of the alphabets I can read. Only a few of those very rare words, I forget how to pronounce it. So that's why the Kharkiv, the KH is actually different from the K, if I'm not wrong. It's like it's two different alphabets, so they pronounce it differently. If I'm not wrong, I might be.
Yeah, I don't. You're asking the wrong person. I can't help you there. I doubt Toby.
Yeah, it's not important, man.
No,
you just pronounce whatever you want. Nobody
my
knows.
position is that people must speak English.
Yeah. And they all must be Christian as well, Toby, right?
Not necessarily.
Just teasing, Toby. Teasing. Relax. But what I was curious, Wyatt, because I was in your voice chat on your Telegram. By the way, anyone who's listening, if you ever go on the open mic, you get to go in our fucking private VC, and some very interesting characters there, including Toby, who's one of the most interesting. You're in the top 5, Toby. Believe it or not.
It's a low bar.
Still, but anyway, I'm curious, Wyatt, what was your thoughts on the things that Trump said near the end of his acceptance speech regarding his executive orders and what he was going to do? And do you notice the sly way he said that? How did he put it? We are going to. Basically, he was talking about the last 4 years. He kind of phrased it in as delicate way as he could put it about that we're, the weaponization of the DOJ, for example, the other things like that's all gone. Like we're not going to have that like starting now, starting today.
I find it really embarrassing that Biden and Kamala Harris is just sitting behind.
Yeah.
Basically, he's like, just flaming and taunting them all the way. And then they have still, and Biden was perfectly fine, but Biden is very happy. He's just smiling. Because I think he knows that it's not his fault. Then Kamala is like, she's like, she can't even smile at all. It's like, she's the most gloomy person, everyone behind. Along with Hillary Clinton.
I didn't see the picture.
Which is so funny.
I didn't see that. Well, in the stream I was watching, I don't know if they zoomed in on Hillary because I don't remember them showing her face at all during Trump's speech. But, well, she's a miserable person.
The zoom up one. So the zoom up, you can see. Then you can see her husband, Bill Clinton, is all the way smiling. He's the happiest.
Oh, he doesn't care. Yeah, he doesn't. He's going to get a blowjob when it's over anyway, so he doesn't care. So he's thinking about. He's thinking about that. So, sorry, Toby. No offense to the Christians out there, but let's be honest. That's what Bill Clinton was thinking about. And Hillary is just a miserable person anyway. She's never happy. So and by the way, she's probably really angry because she didn't get a pardon. So and
Oh, really?
Oh,
I didn't know
yeah.
Hillary
that.
Hillary did
Holy
not get a
shit.
pardon.
Wow.
And Biden and Kamala are okay under executive privilege, right? So they don't really have to worry about Trump going after them. And Miley, all the people on J6, Liz Cheney, and their entire staff, they all got pardons. As far as I know, Hillary didn't get any pardons.
No, the thing is, how do you get pardoned for something that you haven't even there's no court case or whatnot. It's like, how do you pardon someone who haven't done anything wrong? Like he
Well,
pardoned
you
Fauci.
can't part. Well, that's the point. If you accept a presidential pardon, you're accepting you've done. No, I have to rephrase that. According to, because I was listening to a what do you call it, a Twitter space. You ever listen to those?
You can
They had some
literally see the heel is not showing.
they
It's
had
showing on screen. But Biden pardoned Fauci and Milei.
yes. So if you accept a presidential pardon, you're not admitting that you quote unquote did something wrong. You're admitting that how do they phrase it? You accept the fact that you could be charged with something. So it's kind of gets complicated because in the United States we have the Fifth Amendment privilege, so you can never say anything to incriminate yourself. So it gets kind of murky, just the way our legal system works. But the one good thing about this is, and there was some constitutional lawyers on this space that were arguing about whether or not you can be compelled to testify, because you can exert Fifth Amendment privilege about self-incrimination if you have a pardon. That was the argument, and some scholars are saying, well, yeah, you can. And when I use the word scholar loosely, I just mean people who study constitutional law. So it's like if they call Fauci before like some Senate committee or congressional subcommittee or whatever, and they ask him a question, he can't say I plead the fifth, because it's like, well, no, you were given a blanket pardon. So
Freaking hell! Do you see this on screen? Let me show you. You can't see they pardoned the whole family.
Yeah.
The whole Biden family is pardoned. What the hell? What? Because I feel like, if there's a pardon, it feels like there is a crime already. Like as far as I can tell, is that it feels like there's already a crime that you need a pardon.
Yeah, well, the thing about the executive pardon is it's really broad. There's really not any really restrictions on it, and my guess is the Supreme Court's not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. They're just not going to mess with it. So the only restriction on it is you can't be pardoned for a future crime. So it has to be something that you've already done. Like, because that was a joke about when he pardoned his son in the beginning, was with like someone who wrote the pardon kind of screwed up, because it literally, there was like several hours that, when they gave the date, like he's pardoned for everything that could have happened between X date and Y date, and Y hadn't expired yet. So he literally had like 3 hours where in theory he could have like gone out and shot somebody and be pardoned for it. That was, but that's not the way it works. It's for past actions, not future actions. You can't pardon someone for a crime they have yet to commit. So
Interesting. Yeah, I just find it amazing that he pardoned Fauci. Like, they already know he's on target. Like they are going to go for him.
Yeah, well, Fauci is a horrible guy, and not just because of COVID. I'm actually reading RFK's book about Fauci. I just got it from the library a couple of days ago, and I'm going through it. And the accusations he made about Fauci, and that's a good thing about RFK's book. He must have had like a team of lawyers go over it, because if he didn't, he could be brought up on civil charges for slander and libel and everything. Well, Toby would know more about that than me. And everything he says in there is true and checked, and Fauci never even challenged him on any of it. And it just shows what an animal he is, going back to like AZT and the AIDS thing. That's where you just see what an animal Fauci was. It's not like the COVID. He became a bad guy during COVID. He was always a bad guy.
Well, the thing about
even the COVID things, right? All the regulations, right? All the all the rules for COVID is actually all coming from Fauci. It's not from Trump. Trump was the one
Yep.
that's just saying that, okay, no, this is recommended by, recommended, and he just urged people to wear the mask and everything. It's actually all
But we have
Fauci,
to ask, what's
It's-
the crime? Like, what's the crime that Fauci might have committed? I'm trying to upload it, but I haven't got it as a PDF but I can tell you what's in the pardon because I had a good look at it. The thing is, it says for any offences, right? So this is really weird, right? That you can just give a blanket pardon to someone. Now, the other thing is it goes back to 2014, which is many years before he was appointed as any kind of COVID director, right? So why does he need a pardon going back to 2014? Because that covers
Well,
the time.
the theory on that, to answer your question, Toby, the theory on that was because of the gain of function research. Because
Right. But
so
but this is what I'm getting at. It's like we have to ask what are the potential crimes that they're trying to cover here? Because there's a few, right? Like a lot of people have said he lied to Congress, right? Which, depending on who you are, that can get you in trouble, or it might not. Bannon went to jail for it, right? But numerous people like Attorney General Holder didn't, right, despite it being proved. So that a lot of people thought, okay, he's going to get pardoned because he directly lied. He deliberately lied to Congress under oath.
Perjury.
Right? But then why does it have to go all the way back to 2014? Because this starts to get into gain of function research and the rest of it. So the thing is about that pardon is it's for any offences, and it covers a period of time that's over a decade, right? Because it's 2014 to 2025. This is kind of astonishing because what it means is if this precedent holds, what it means is that you could have just like open warfare between the political parties. Like people could go and, just go around assassinating their political enemies, knowing that they'll just get pardoned. So this strains the fabric of the rule of law. And this is why I had always understood a pardon had to be very specific. It had to be not only to a specific crime, but it had to be to a crime that had been proven in a court. Right?
No.
Clearly, I'm wrong about that, right?
No,
because,
no,
but
it's
here's
never-
the thing.
Go ahead.
If it's not, if you can actually pardon people with a blanket get out of jail free card for their behavior over a decade, right? This is going to be a growth industry.
Well, that's in fairness, Toby, that's new. But you don't have to be you being granted a pardon for a crime you have yet to be convicted of. That's not new. But you're right. The phraseology of the way that these pardons were granted is new. And
well, with regard to that, the reason that I understood it that way is because in law, which used to be ecclesiastical, the pardon was to forgive the person, and the person had to be repentant. And if they don't actually say what they're repentant for, then they can't be repentant, right? So this goes back to old law and the idea that you can't actually be forgiven unless you've been processed first. What the actual law is with regard to presidential pardons, I have no idea.
it doesn't
I haven't looked
specify
into that.
It's
But
not,
I don't think it's been put before a court. But
it has
I
not.
would be if I was going to make an argument in court, that's the argument I'd go with. I would say that it is not possible to excuse an indeterminate matter because of what's called the mens rea or the state of mind, right? It's like if a person isn't repentant, they cannot be pardoned because the meaning of the word pardon incorporates this idea that they have repented, because otherwise what you're doing is you're not so much pardoning people as giving them an excuse. And I would argue that these words have different meaning. But in any case, it's an astonishing precedent, a 10-year pardon for any offenses, right? So it's not just pardoning one thing, it's pardoning anything. So what happens if they find a bunch of bodies in his basement or something? It's a very, very strange situation. And I wouldn't be surprised if it gets litigated.
I don't believe it will, simply because it's a hornet's nest. I'm not saying it shouldn't be. I'm just saying I don't believe it will. There's a difference, Toby. I'm not disagreeing with you on a moral.
Well, the thing is, Trump said in his speech, Trump said that the justice system can't be weaponized, right? And what this is, that Fauci pardon is part of the weaponization of justice. If presidents can pardon the instruments of weaponization, right, then you encourage weaponization. So if Trump is serious about getting the justice system back on the straight and narrow, and getting rid of the partisan political warfare, incorporating the justice system, this is actually a big deal. This is a big issue because what Biden is doing here is he is basically giving a textbook how to go about political warfare using the DOJ in future, right? Tell all your people, don't worry about the crimes you commit. You'll all be pardoned on the last day of office. And then off they will go and do whatever they like. So if Trump is serious about getting the DOJ back to being a justice department and not being a political warfare department, he's going to have to deal with this, and there's going to have to be litigation. But
Toby,
for sure, the courts won't want to hear it because
it's beyond his purview. The only way for that to be addressed, in my opinion, and my understanding of the Constitution, would be through an amendment to the Constitution, because the executive part in the Constitution is left extremely vague, and the Supreme Court has always erred on the side of, the powers being greater. Now, I'm not saying this is good or bad. I'm just saying that's the truth. Okay, so I'm not arguing with you on moral grounds here. I'm just
you could be right there. As I say, I'm no expert on U.S. law, but I would have thought that if the political will in the Supreme Court was there, you could actually get them to legislate from the bench. It's been done before. But you're right. This would actually require a change to the Constitution, I guess. But maybe he will do that, right? Because if Trump is serious...
That's not the president's... That's beyond his purview.
No, but he can start the process. I understand that the Senate and the Congress would have to come to the party, right?
And two-thirds of the
Trump is serious about...
But two-thirds of the states have to ratify it.
I know, but that my point is that if Trump is serious about getting the justice system back on the straight and narrow and removing the political influence, if that's what he's got to do, then he's got to start that ball rolling. He's got to start putting energy into that, and all of the MAGA folks have got to start putting energy into that. And and that means pigeonholing judges and asking them hard questions and making sure that everybody is aware, and also governors and everything else saying, listen, we don't want the third world banana republic where the justice system becomes a political weapon. We need to pass this constitutional amendment. It means that all of the folks in Trump's administration have to think hard about this and come up with what kind of constitutional amendment would fix the problem. And that would be a glorious thing. I'm too much of a cynic, perhaps, but that would be the kind of But if Trump were to push the ball in that direction and move it down the field 10 yards, that would be a great thing, And it's not beyond him, because I think he's sincere in his desire to return the legal system to a more dignified and useful position than it currently is.
Part of it doesn't necessarily have to come down to Trump's morals. I think the reason is because he has been a victim of this weaponization more so than any political leader in this country, you could argue. I mean, for Christ's sake, they tried to blow the fucking guy's head off, arguably twice, right? And
that's not so much the Justice Department. We're not entirely sure if that was a judge pulling the trigger.
Okay, fair enough. But the way they went after him and all the way the DOJ was weaponized, and the what do you call the J6 commission,
well, Comey was a travesty,
Yeah.
But not just that, but the whole FISA court. This is one of the things that the Patriot Act was a real erosion of American liberty in the name of insecurity. And I'm kind of surprised that Trump hasn't gone after that. But we'll have to see what Tulsi Gabbard does, because I think she gets it. But whether or not she's able to roll back the extreme provisions of the Patriot Act, which have basically created a secret police. And, if you look at the history of secret police forces around the world, the shenanigans we're seeing now, of course, if you've got a secret police, you are going to get the kind of, barnyard politics that we've seen over the last 4 years, or arguably since the Patriot Act. That's what it means to have a secret police. That's what it means to have a state within a state. That's why America was actually very wise not to have a state within a state. And that's why they didn't have the Patriot Act. So arguably, we're going to have to see a rollback of the Patriot Act if there wants to be progress on that.
Well, I don't know. Maybe somebody in the chat or someone else can correct me about this. I think a lot of provisions in the Patriot Act have sundown clauses, so they have to be renewed by the Congress after X amount of years. They're not in perpetuity. So hopefully, a lot of them will expire, because I know a lot of them were renewed, and hopefully, and I don't know how much time is left on these, but usually
I'll go away and do some reading on it so that I can talk more sensibly on the RM about it. Maybe.
You're muted, Wyatt. You're muted. Wyatt, I can't hear him. Toby, can you?
No, he's been cut off. Maybe it's us that's been muted.
Wyatt, we can't hear you. But I'm gonna jump in the back for a minute. But if he's still here, I'm gonna come back on.
Are you live? Can you hear me, or what's the deal? We're having major technical problems.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm
now
sure
you're
you can
back.
hear me.
You're back. You're back.
Just now, my mic just went off for some reason. I think I used too much RAM, so my computer ran out of light. So I was saying that we can actually just ask Grok immediately, you know, for what he was asking. Yeah, I was looking at some of the. So far I try. So far it's not too bad. It's pretty good. It's getting better. So it's Grok 2 is nice. Grok 1 is nonsense. Grok 2 is okay. But just looking at the list of the people he pardoned is a bit weird. Like, self-defense is alright. This is okay. Drug and I'm not sure who are all these people. And then some weird people like Colombian businessmen for prisoner exchange charged with money laundering. And then there is some Chinese citizens also getting pardoned. And then preemptive pardon for Fauci, Mark Mealy. I think he's trying to protect him because of Afghanistan.
I don't think preemptive is the right word there. Grok's got that wrong. It's not preemptive. It's not like the crimes are yet to occur. It's
called preemptive pardon.
It's undefined. Like it's.
So it's known as preemptive pardon though. Issued preemptively. So yeah. And so and it's funny that the entire Gen 6 committee is actually pardoned. Like these guys, the DC police, is like shield them from revenge. Categorical pardons. Oh, you can do that. So everyone with marijuana is pardoned now. All former LGBTQs convicted of private conducts because of sexual orientation. I don't know. I agree with you that it's a bit too powerful, this pardon thing. It's like you can just ask assassins to kill someone and just pardon them. Like you can do whatever you want.
What's to stop someone just gunning down Fauci on the street and then getting a pardon for it?
Can a president,
which I do not advocate, by the way, I'm just saying,
hire assassins to kill political opponents and then pardon them? Yeah, legally they have the power to. There's constitutional limitations. Pardon offenses against the US, not state crimes. So he can only pardon federal stuff.
Yeah, well, Nick Freitas put out a video about this because he said that, Fauci has been pardoned, but only for federal crimes. So states might decide to bring actions against Fauci, which would be interesting.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, okay, so that means, not bad. That means states are still powerful. So, Americans need to go and vote. Vote for the right governors. If not, you will have a never-ending fires. So they're gonna have luncheon. This is the luncheon. It's so weird. I still find it so weird just now that Biden is sitting behind, and then Trump is just saying that his administration is shit.
He didn't seem to
So
mind.
yeah, he's very happy. He's just smiling.
He probably still resents being sort of like, replaced by Kamala. That was a bit of a coup.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. He's just so happy that Trump won. I think he's like, yes,
Yeah.
I did it. So yeah, very underwhelming because it's not a public, it's not the open, the outside one, the inauguration. So it feels very underwhelming to me. So sad.
I still think that the biggest thing to come out of Trump's speech was the Mexican angle. Like, I get that Panama, like, that's pretty strong words against Panama, but declaring a national emergency and enlivening the military on the Mexican border, that's a big deal. Like, that's and declaring the cartels terrorist organizations, that's a really, really big deal. That throws Mexico right into a very, very awkward mix of scenarios.
Because if they treat Mexico like how they treat Syria and Libya and all the African countries, which means that you're gonna have airstrikes flying into Mexico and just bomb the hell out of Mexico.
Yes, actually, that designation, that kind of goes back to what Toby was talking about, the Patriot Act. When you designate a group or a country or whatever, a quote-unquote terrorist organizations, that means they can be stricken either here or abroad. It gives the way the Patriot Act was written. Although I know you don't like the Patriot Act, and neither do I, but at the same time, it can be used to do things that were never legally allowed. And it was passed by Congress, both houses, and signed by the president. So, yeah, it can be done. So it gives the president broad powers. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw, if you go to your Twitter accounts, you'll probably see that in El Paso right now, they're shutting down the border and telling them to turn around. El Paso, Texas.
Oh, really?
Wow,
Yeah.
That's so. That means he already signed the executive order, because there's a high chance that after he sworn in, right, he went inside, immediately signed some papers, and then he just continued on. There's a possibility,
Well,
Why-
well,
if
it
not,
must
why
be
have-
because it's taken effect now. Like, I don't know how strict they are. I mean, does he actually have to sign Donald John Trump to every EO, or can he just put scribble DG on a piece of paper and then it goes into effect? I'm not sure, but my only, I was joking the other night. I was saying my biggest fear is that Donald Trump's hand doesn't fall off from signing all those EOs that he's got to do over the next day. But if you go to, it was just on my Twitter account. They're already saying they already have them in full riot gear on the border of El Paso.
So this is Nick Sauter on screen. Yeah, police have shut down the port entry in El Paso, Texas. So reinstate the remain in Mexico policy. So things is already happening super fast. This is the other one.
He wasn't joking, Toby.
These are
See, don't be black-pilled.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I was
Unauthorized entry.
It was out of
will result in
control,
arrest.
John, and I apologize to the MAGAs. I spoke rashly and I was unkind. And Trump has
still love you,
impressed me
brother.
once again. Yeah. No, listen, I do like Trump, and Godspeed to him. Like,
So I'm.
Yeah, see, yeah,
These are
right
all the
there.
same. Yeah. So
I still don't
these are
know
all the
where
same
I am
video.
on the whole Bill Gates thing, though. Like, Bill Gates.
Oh no, you're right about that, Toby. You're right on about that. No, I don't trust that.
But at the same time, Trump didn't say that. Bill Gates said that. Bill Gates was the one who said that the lunch went really well. We haven't heard Trump say that.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see.
Well, Trump might say
Like,
yeah, it
where
went
is-
really well. I said jump, and he said how high. So Trump was like, yeah, it went really well. So.
Yeah, where are we on the Epstein list?
Yeah. Well, I think that was part of the deal, to be honest with you. Trump was probably saying that you got 4 more years. Once J.D. Vance takes over, I can't help you. But for the next 4 years, you do what I say when I say it and exactly how I say it. And I won't release the Epstein list, at least the part that you're on. But, so you got 4 years to make your peace with God.
Yeah.
So I
he
guess
is on
that
the
Trump
list.
has to play nice with the CIA, doesn't he, right?
Well, not necessarily this. I don't know.
Oh.
I think he's going to do what Kennedy wanted to do before they put a bullet in his head.
No more remote
What, break
work.
up the CIA? I don't see it.
Well, neuter it.
The
maybe.
CIA actually, it's probably useful to Trump to have a functioning CIA, at least in the short term.
Yeah.
Like you can imagine the conversations that are going down between CIA and the MAGA folks.
What they're all trying to say, like, please don't put me in the dungeon, or I don't know.
No, well, it'd be like, well, okay, let's get rid of the CIA. Then what are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about that? And like, it would be handing a bit of a win to the enemies of the United States who are legitimate enemies of the United States. I don't know. We'll have to see. He is saying that he's going to release the JFK files.
Yeah, he said he's going to do that, so we'll see. I'm looking forward to those. JFK and RFK.
Mark Zuckerberg was looking down people's blouse. Terrible person.
Who's next to him? I can't tell. The speaker's on her face.
I can't tell anyone who knows who is this. Her. Lauren Sanchez. Who's Lauren Sanchez?
She got big.
She looked prettier here. This is not pretty.
Yeah, just
this is pretty.
And what? Misogynist?
I mean, everybody will look.
It looks like she has a bra. Every other. I was saying this. I don't know if Toby was on the VC. We were streaming live the swearing-in ceremony, the inauguration, and one of the things that people commented on was how extremely conservative the women were dressed. Like all of them. Like none of them were showing any skin. Like they were.
Well, I think it's pretty cold out.
Oh, they were inside, Toby, and I'm sure they got good heat.
I know,
but Rotundra. But this chick literally had a bra showing.
Yep, true.
She did. I don't know if you scroll back up. She was showing her bra.
Well,
so he might have been like looking at her like,
Christian nation.
What the hell, man? This is a formal event here. Like at least this is not like the Oscars where they show off their titties.
Yeah, this is called compensation. It's just like some guys they stuff socks inside their underwear.
I never had the.
So what did you guys think about the Mars comment? Like, is Trump going to send Elon to Mars, whether he likes it or not?
I hope he just sends Elon and leaves the rest of us here. But yeah, I have no problem with them sending Elon to
Mars.
No,
Elon has to go with all his people, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm not getting enough feedback on Twitter. I expected to make a lot more money out of the Twitters, and I'm not.
Well, Toby, do I have to break it to you what happened on Twitter?
What happened on Twitter?
With your account, that wasn't Elon Musk.
Oh no, I'm sure it wasn't.
No, it was another account. Like we thought it was Elon Musk when we were talking about that. That wasn't him. That was another account that just had that name in it. It wasn't actually Elon Musk that liked and retweeted you.
I am not surprised that Elon does not have time to do the Twitters.
Okay,
that does not shock me.
Okay, but anyway. No, I'm no, but I mean, because sometimes he will take, because you're a pretty good writer, and you wrote some, you're pretty eloquent in your posts, so he will sometimes comment. Elon's kind of a bit of a rogue guy, so he will sometimes like and repost a comment from just an average Joe if he thinks it's clever.
I'm not convinced he's actually on it, because everybody like who's at a certain level, they pay people to manage their social media, right? Like that's a job you can get, is working.
Yeah, not everybody, but yeah,
pretty much everybody who flies private jets has someone doing their Twitters for them. It's like they don't have time or the inclination. Plus, it's an echo chamber and it's all very toxic. So, like, why would you do it? It's a bit retarded. Social media is a little bit retarded.
There's some people that got to be successful on Twitter just because they do have a natural gift for the gab. So
yeah, but it's still retarded. It's objectively retarded.
I'm not making an argument about that, Toby. Yeah. I'm just saying that there are some people that if it wasn't for Twitter, no one would know how clever they are. There are some people who just have that natural inclination to be, quick-witted, and some people don't. They may not be stupid, but they just don't have that that kind of knife-cutting humor that some people do have in the displayed.
Well, I don't think that Twitter really brings out the best in people anyway, because it's turned into this like desperate rage baiting for clicks.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm very, very soon to like ditch X, not because I think it's necessarily bad or whatever, because it's getting tedious. Like all of the rage baiting, Like I like the memes and everything, and I like keeping up
Toby,
to date with
you're using it wrong.
white stuff,
You
but-
should start baiting rage. Once you start baiting rage, you will know how it feels. Then you will start to love it.
It's not
That's what I
Toby's
do.
style. He's too Christian for that.
No,
That's what I do. You know, I will say
I
some
don't
stupid
mind
shit
like
and
stirring
people get
people up.
triggered.
Like you've seen me, I will break people on the OM because God wills it. But like I have to know the person.
Deus fault,
You know
right?
what I mean? Yeah, I have to know the person is a miserable sinner before I will, rage bait them into
No, I've seen it firsthand, Toby. You can
before
do
they
that.
get what they deserve. But just random rage baiting for twits, I don't know. Surely there's
No,
going to be
I
easier
feel
ways
you
of
on
making
that,
a
Toby.
living and more dignified ways.
No, and I feel you on that, and a lot of people like because Twitter is not or X, whatever, has become hyper monetized. So you'll see people like just to get the clicks, they're posting like these fake polls. What is it? What do you got going on there? Wyatt, tell me.
No, so someone wrote Singapore food is now China food, lousy. I'm just saying that is true because
What is?
many
I
of
don't
the
even know
cook
what
is now
Singapore
Chinese
food
food.
is.
Yeah, you it's food that you cannot find anywhere else. No, it's
For good
all
reason.
fake
For
food.
good reason.
No, because it's because I mean when History Legend came to Singapore, I brought him around to eat, like just a lot, and then now he go back to Canada. You know that he can't. Yeah, it's a bit disappointing for him to go and try to eat the Malaysian Singapore food there in Canada because he ate the real thing. It's so different. So anyway, this is the app. The app used by migrants to declare to schedule asylum appointments is now not usable. All the appointments are now cancelled.
Can you read it?
Effective January 20th, 12 noon. The functionality of CPB1 that is previously allowed undocumented aliens to submit advanced information and schedule appointments at 8 southwest border ports of entry is now no longer available. All appointments have been cancelled. Imagine you are.
And what the hell was that? Illegal immigrants could make an appointment to come
The Biden
in?
administration created an app where they allowed illegal. Okay.
They allow illegal immigrants to enter legally, illegally.
Pretty much, yes.
I feel like I missed out. Where's my money, John? Where's my American dollars?
Well, Toby, if you would come to me like 48 hours earlier and smuggled in through the U.S. border, I could have got you all set up, man. You would got food stamps, free housing, your own phone. You would have gotten issued an ID, actually, that would be recognized that would allow you on transport within the United States. Everything, yeah. But you blew it. You didn't listen to me. You didn't come, and now it's too late. You're stuck in Australia.
It's so funny.
This is
it's
where
so funny.
this is the
Toby
frontier,
asked me
John.
what
This
is it
where
for.
the real fight is.
It's so funny. Toby asked me what is it for. It's like to let them enter legally, legally.
Yeah.
It's like why do you do something like this? It's so weird.
No, it's literally 1984. You guys, I had to read that in high school. Probably you guys did too. Well, I don't know about Wyatt, but everybody in the not everybody, but in my generation, Gen Xers in the United States had to read 1984. It was like required reading, and you all know about Newspeak. Maybe you guys only know about it through memes, but it was literally a thing in 1984, and Wrong Think and all that stuff. Like that's where all these memes come from. Was George Orwell, and that's basically like illegal, legal, or whatever, legal, illegal, or what that's what that was. Like Smith in 1984, like. If you guys read the book, yeah,
double plus good, and
yes,
double speak.
But John, have you heard my theory that like Australians are the only real Americans?
No, I didn't hear that one.
Okay, well, so basically, it's based on this idea that like the British had their white slave gulag over in Australia, and so
they were mostly Irish, my people.
Right, except that when you went to Australia, you were both oppressed by the British and a slave, right? So that makes you 100% American. Whereas in America, you had to choose between one or the other.
Right.
So this is the frontier. Australia is like the last frontier of American values. And so I don't mind being a pioneer. I feel like the founding fathers would have blessed me and wished me Godspeed in my crusade to,
Oh, dude, man,
to bring
America's-
free speech and gun rights to Australia again.
When I was a kid, fucking we Americans used to think Australians were fucking based. You're fucking hot women because you got that beautiful climate. And then, like, I don't know what happened to you people, man. But we used
They
to
took
think
the guns away.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Milei's portrait was
Plus a bunch of
removed.
other stuff. Oh,
So
really?
they have
Oh,
all this-
wow.
Yeah, they totally just remove him.
Oh. How does that work? Wow.
They I think it's like all the maybe all the previous all these generals or whatever. Then he's got removed.
Well, the chairmen of the Joint Chiefs, chief of, what do they call that?
And then Maria Zakharova, the speaker for Russia, said exactly what I said. Biden pardoning of his whole family members is like
self-incriminating.
Preemptive, it's self-incriminating, which is like nobody know what the family did. We only know Hunter Biden. Okay, you pardon Hunter Biden. Okay, but the whole family, what the fuck did they do, man?
It's because of the tax evasion. It's the money that they made, and they didn't report its income. That's what it deals with. They weren't involved in the minutia of the details. Hunter was, and Joe was, but the rest of the family all received money that they didn't. Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
So it has to do with the IRS. So, which is a federal crime in the United States. So that's what it relates to. They were not involved in prosecuting Trump or anything, or it's just money they received illegally.
So they're just racketeering. That's all.
Yeah. And I'm not totally. No. I'm not diminishing it. I'm saying it is a difference.
Back when I was studying law, I can still remember these wonderful law professors talking about eroding public confidence in the law, like that was a really bad thing. And so, like, you were supposed to behave well and tell the truth because otherwise people might think the law was just a racket.
I just saw the AI. I want to show you guys the just now the bra wearing girl. Someone already used AI to create something. So I'm not sure.
Well, she's wearing. You can see her bra. She shouldn't be dressed like that. That's disrespectful.
So this is AI. This is not real AI. AI. Freaking AI.
Looks like the Zuckerberg's face in the AI.
And everybody is just looking at her. It's like, and I was like, when I first saw it, it's like, what did she do? It's like, then I saw the caption, is AI. I was like, what?
No, but in fairness, like, he must have been thinking. I don't know if he was like I don't think he was looking at her like getting a boner. I think he was looking at her like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, button up.
I was like, what? When I saw it, it's like, what the fuck? So, this is Trump's tweet. America is back. Every single day, I will be fighting for you. With every breath in my body, will not rest till you deliver strong, safe, prosperous America. Blah 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 blah. Golden age of America.
So he's back on X.
So,
hold on a second. So
yeah, he's back. He's back. Oh, yeah. He's now the POTUS is now Donald Trump. The at POTUS is now Donald Trump. He's back. Oh, I should follow. I unfollowed POTUS.
Could you
because
click on his portrait picture? Click on the portrait picture. Don't fuck with that man.
Big small eyes.
Don't fuck with that.
He's like this. His big small eyes. Yeah, he looks very serious. He's not even smiling. Yeah, he's back on the vengeance. America is back.
So, predictions, Wyatt, since you've been covering the Ukraine-Russia war, what's going to happen in the next month?
No idea, man. I think, okay, so generally what
you have no idea what the fuck the rest of us going to do.
So, no. Okay, my prediction. The Europeans will go on their own to support Ukraine. They're going to have a lot of problems with Hungary and Slovakia because they are now going pro-Russia, and also they are very close to Trump as well, especially Hungary. So Trump will try to squeeze the Europeans to stop, but I think they will fail. And then then Trump will force NATO countries to go up to 5%. And then if they don't follow,
They can't
then
afford that. That would collapse their economies.
yeah, but the thing is, Trump don't really need NATO, you see. So Trump, because NATO is basically United States. He don't need NATO. So he might withdraw from NATO. I'm not sure.
No, I don't
Or
think
disband NATO. Or disband NATO. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. I think he'll do that. He's not going to withdraw.
He can't.
Disband NATO. Yeah. Or he cannot withdraw. Maybe he disband. No, just destroy the organization.
I think
I'm
it's
not sure.
USC 1928F. Like the Congress passed a law during the last days of the Biden administration that said that he needs like 2/3 of the Senate and Congress
Or
to
he make a
withdraw
deal.
from treaties.
Or maybe he make a deal. Either you all raise to 5% or Greenland is Americans.
Well, I think Trump's going to take Greenland regardless.
Yeah.
You know,
But the thing is, the Europeans will have to accept, right?
What did you think about his statements? I don't know, Toby, you watched his statements regarding the Panama Canal?
Yeah. But on the Ukraine issue, I saw some tweets earlier about a Ukrainian regiment that's just changed sides to the Russian side. I think this is going to happen. I think there's going to be a fail cascade inside the Ukrainian military because just from, the thing is, Poland has turned against Zelensky in a big way, very publicly. Hungary, Zelensky just went to Poland and got told, we want Volhynia back, basically. And then you've got Fico, you've got Romania, Hungary, Orban, everybody is like, Ukraine is isolated, and it's really, really clear, even to the members of the Ukrainian military, that they can't win. And I think that this is going to destroy morale, and I think you're going to see more and more defections. So my prediction for Ukraine is that there'll be a fail cascade, right? And that basically Zelensky's regime will become untenable. And I don't think all of the British support in the world is going to be able to help them. So I could be wrong on that, but that's what I think is going to happen there. I think Ukraine is basically going to fail cascade. Zelensky is going to get kicked out by his own people. And then whatever regime replaces him is going to make a peace deal with Putin and Trump, right? And I think that that's already being orchestrated. I saw that Mark Rutte and NATO are now talking to Poroshenko. So I predict that Zelensky's on the way out, and that's how that peace will be brought about, despite the British, despite the French.
Viktor Orban just congratulate Trump and say that it's their turn now to occupy Brussels. So he's declaring war.
Oh, actually, did you guys see who was it at the what do you call it thing last night? The pre-party, when he was doing the YMCA dance and stuff like that. The Tommy Robinson talk. They caught somebody on a hot mic about Tommy Robinson. Did you guys see that?
No, I saw Elon Musk is now paying Tommy's legal bills.
Oh, I didn't. Oh no, I didn't even know about that. No shit. Okay. So okay, cool, good. So Elon's not that bad, Toby. So stop busting his balls. He's not that bad.
Oh, I'm no fan of Tommy Robinson, but whatever.
Okay, well,
I don't hate the guy either. I'm agnostic on the UK. I think the whole thing should be pushed into the North Sea. You know my position on the UK.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I feel you. But that's another thing. I did also hear that what's the name of the PM in Britain right now? Keir Starmer. How do you say
Keir
that?
Starmer.
Yeah.
Keir Starmer.
The Trump refused his ambassador.
Ambassador, yeah. Mandelson.
Yeah, he said
Mandelson
no.
is notorious, right? So I'm really that's really good.
This one,
I didn't know the
Biden,
executive had that power. I thought that the
Neither did I.
Yeah, I thought
Right.
that
It makes sense that they do.
Yeah, if you think about it, it does. But I didn't know that because an embassy is considered the sovereign territory inside another country, right? Like you know international law, right? So, but apparently the chief executive can say no. You'll have to appoint somebody else. Like he can't come. As far as like barring entry and exit to a country, that's within the purview of the president, at least in our country.
You can also kick out anyone from the embassy. You can It's like you can declare them a persona non grata
Persona non
and kick
grata,
them
yeah.
out. So because it's a mutual thing. It's like we give you, this is like a privilege. No, embassy is a privilege. So yeah, it's not like absolute. Biden to his staffers.
Yeah, but from
You know,
England, the United States and England. I mean, we come from England. You know, I mean, it's kind of a big deal. We're not talking about the North Korean ambassador or some shit like that. You know, I mean, this is England.
Biden say some weird stuff as he leave. He said that so was his speech. Yeah, apparently he said that we never give up. Never. We are leaving office, but we are not leaving the fight. You're smart, you're skilled, you're passionate. The country needs you again. All of you can engage in all the ways you can, whether in public service, private sector, philanthropy, academia, or running for office yourself. Anything else you choose to do. Yeah, sounds a bit weird, but yeah. Whatever that's
He
supposed
didn't
to
write
be.
that himself, Wyatt.
That's true. Yeah.
So what
Doesn't
do you
sound
think
very
about the
Biden-ish.
theory that that's not even Biden? Have you guys seen the
No,
photos?
it's
where
Biden.
he's
Come
supposed to be-
on, it's
No.
Tony, stop.
Come on,
Don't
John.
go Alex Jones on me, please.
Why? Come on. This is a really good theory.
I don't do Alex Jones. I'm sorry. I know some of you guys like him. I don't. Do Alex Jones.
I like him, but I don't necessarily believe in him. But I like him only when he go to other people's show. I don't watch his show. I don't watch InfoWar.
Yeah.
But when
Yeah,
he
and
go on
InfoWar
other
is
people's show, it's very
unwatchable.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but it's very
understand.
fun when he's interviewed by other people. It's very fun because he's like crazy. So he's just a very happy person. So I like.
Well, the challenge I always had with Alex Jones, and I said this in the voice chat on Wyatt's channel, is it's not that the problem I have with Alex Jones is Alex Jones used to get, before he was deplatformed, used to get great guests, but excuse my French, he would never shut the fuck up and actually let them talk. He would constantly interrupt them, and that would drive me crazy because his producers used to get great guests, but he always had to interrupt them, and I was like, Alex, shut up.
Alex on Joe Rogan was peak internet.
Yeah, because
that remains one of my favorite.
Drunk. Yeah.
But also they were friends, right? So it had a really good vibe. He could relax and then crack jokes. That was peak internet. That was one of my favorite Joe Rogan interviews.
But it was funny because Alex Jones weighs about 260 pounds, and he got drunk off of like 2 shots, and he was out of his mind drunk. And he was such a lightweight.
It takes much to put him over the edge.
Yeah, I mean, he was drunk out of his mind after 2 shots. Well, maybe you can't tell because he's like so weird anyway that can't, you know.
The Kamala tweet.
This is a Kamala tweet from November the 3rd, 2024. I already told my husband on the 20th of Jan he will sleep with the next president of the United States.
Oh, but that's a cruel, unusual punishment to make Trump would sleep with Kamala Harris. Like, that's just mean. I mean,
no, he's the husband.
He would have preferred to take
it's
the
Kamala Harris. No, it's Kamala Harris' husband will sleep with the president.
Oh, so he's got to fuck Kamala's husband. Oh, shit.
You didn't say who was top.
He told us.
I think we know who's top, Toby.
I can't see Donald being bottom.
Actually, I want to ask: Is this a good format? Should I do in the future? Like, like I go through some news and then we just chit chat.
I have no clue.
I mean, it's going to be depending on the context of what you do, but a lot of times these extemporaneous kind of, when there's big events going on, like especially like what's going to be, in the next month, let's say, the next 4 weeks, this will probably be a very good format for you. I think you're
or it could be like all the tweets I already prepared first, a list of the different tweets that we can talk about, and then we can chit chat while and while I also look at the latest. I'm not sure. I have been thinking of this for a long time, like because I watch Teamcast IRL a lot, used to watch a lot, so he covered the news and then people talk about the news. I thought that's a very good format. I wanted to do that for a long time for TPA Open Mic, but like a separate thing. So Open Mic is we just chat about anything. Then a separate one is like focus on the news of the day. So I'm thinking of that as well. But I mean, what I'm doing now is like just live. We just chat and then I just show live tweets that is happening right now. It's a different feeling as well. So I'm not sure.
It's fewer people as well. So we get a different conversation with say 2 or 3 of us than we would get with 10.
Yeah.
You know, 10 I find draining a bit. Like I'll get on and I'll make my speech and I'll harass the wicked and then I'll go again to give other people a chance. But I don't know how you do that, Wyatt, like sitting through 6 hours of that nonsense.
Yeah, I would
And also, like, I hardly get to hear your opinion on stuff.
I
And
zone
I'm
out.
actually kind of more interested in your opinion because I know how detailed you are and how plugged in you are. So, yeah, I like the smaller format. But
No, so even open mic, I zone out sometimes because sometimes I'm just looking at other things. I just zone out because I just listen. Because it's because because it's not conversation. Sometimes there's too much monologues, too much speeches. If the speech is good, is one thing. If the speech is like veering off to some unknown things that I'm not familiar with or what, then I start to zone out and then I start to look at other things and then I don't know what the hell is happening.
It's kind of funny, Wyatt, because when I look at the open mic video, I can tell that you've totally checked out. Like you're not even there. And then like when people start yelling at each other, like I can see your attention comes back on, and you do this, like you do this thing like with your fingers, like too much cross. You're trying to say, yeah, exactly.
One by one. I'm saying it one by one.
Right.
Because it's supposed to be a conversation, you see. But because people got angry about talking over each other, so okay, now finger. But the thing is, now do you have the finger? People start to abuse the finger. You see, they go on very long speeches. It's like it's a conversation, like if you want to do speeches, it's up to you. I mean, it's the open mic, you guys do whatever you want, but like I will zone out because it's like sometimes you don't know what they're talking about. After a while, it's like, what? It's like, oh fuck, man, I just go and do other stuff.
It's like a hypnotic induction, like where you're not even.
And sometimes I don't want to say people. I don't want to say names because I'm supposed to be neutral. I'm the host, but certain people talk. You can see that everyone zones out. It's really obvious. Everyone just zones out and just waiting for the person to finish. If the person finish, everybody is back. Everybody's just back. So I mean, it's not healthy. That's why I keep saying, inside the office, that I would say that we have to learn to speak shorter, because if you go too far, then everybody keep forgetting what they want to say. That's why I keep encouraging, just interrupt, man, just interrupt.
Well, Wyatt, you were saying how you appreciated Tim Pool's podcast, the way he does it, but you'll notice he doesn't have 10 people on at the same time, right?
Yeah,
he'll have
he don't.
2 or 3 people on at the same time, but he'll always like maintain control. Like when they start to go off the rails, he'll say, whoa, I have to speak to this. So like if you want to do a format like that, I think it could be very successful. Where like, yes, you'll let people, you'll let it get hairy to an extent, but ultimately, think about it like a judge in a courtroom when he'll let 2 lawyers go at each other, but at a certain point, you have to bang the gavel.
Yeah, maybe it'll be like 6%. So now we have 3. So this screen will be cut in half. There will be 3 on top, 3 below. It will be maybe 6%. I think
6 is maybe
is a max.
I think 4. I think 4.
I would say 4. I agree with Toby.
4.
I think 4.
Yeah. Yes. So I'm not sure we shall see it. Because it's a matter of balancing the workload. So I'm not like okay. My biggest problem, like why I can't go into history legend style videos, is that I need to do mapping. When you do mapping, it takes at least minimum 3 hours gone. Minimum. 3 hours gone, then you have to do the sit rep. Because if you do the mapping and you don't do a video, then there's no money, there's no revenue. So I have to do videos. So then by the time you know it, 5 hours is gone. So this is the problem. I cannot do edited videos because it's just I just don't have time for it. But I really wanted to do this kind of like, there's so much things happening around the world, and I try to do videos on different topics or the different news, but it feels insufficient. So sometimes so the time I did the video where I just go through certain tweets, the latest tweets today, like some of the videos I just did a few. I call it like commander's briefing or something. So I thought that is okay, but I'm not sure if that's the best way. And yeah, I'm just brainstorming, and I really like to chit chat, like if when we discuss things, it's also nice. So maybe, but also cannot do it every day, because if I do every day, then I have no time to do anything else.
No.
So, and weekday, but if we do weekday, we can be sure that we don't have so many people, because people need to work.
Yes. Well, also, I think that like I agree with Toby. Like 4 people max. I mean, that's it's your channel. You do what you want to do. And also, like generally speaking, like when you have these type of and you've seen it with like Tim Pool, like a natural kind of rapport starts to happen where you know what I mean. Like people just kind of get a sync going where even if they totally disagree with each other, but this kind of ebb and flow kind of naturally happens. You know what I'm trying to say?
Plus, yeah, pick 3 people that are reasonably articulate and tell them what to talk about, and it'll be good. It'll be entertaining.
Yeah.
Or
And Tim Pool
it
always
could be just the first 3 person to come on, then and that's it. And then everyone just stay in the backstage and see who want to give up their seats, which is very hard. Everybody want to talk.
right. Everybody wants to talk, but it's your channel. Like ultimately, you're the arbitrator of who does get to talk on your channel, not who gets to talk, but on your channel. So you have to be comfortable with that kind of power.
Yeah, I'm thinking that. So it's just a matter of like it's 2025. It's a new year. Although it's 20 days in, but I'm still
What
looking
if you
for new
made
ideas.
the OM? What if you kept the OM but made it monthly, and then as a
OM,
weekly thing
I
on
think.
the? Are you going to scrap the
No,
OM?
the news, for example, like what we are doing, a bit similar to what we are doing now. We talk a bit some of the latest current developments, like news centric. Like we focus on one topic and we just talk about that, and then the next news and then the next news. Maybe the stream cannot be more than 3 hours, maybe 2.5 at most. And people can, of course, like people like you guys can come in and go out. And another person can replace. Like the open mind, but we focus on the news and not that just veer off and talk about European values. We just focus on the
Hey, I
news.
was good for
and I think
pointing out
that's
the
nice.
European values thing. That was one of my best things I ever did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I think this should be done on the weekdays. I would love to do it every day, but I at this moment I think no. Maybe if Ukraine war is gone, there's no more Ukraine war. Maybe that could be my future, and future thing that I do. But maybe once a week also would be fine, or twice a week. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I should manage my time. But I think it's good. I think it's more fun. I think it's more fun. Like to then I just look at the news and then I just do a record a video. Actually, it's like boring to record video sometimes, but it's still money.
Well, it depends,
So I
it
do
depends
it for
what's
the
going on
money.
in the world, right? So like sometimes it's
Well-
going to be boring if there's. Good.
Well, I would really like it if we had a schedule, because then I can go, because for example, like I know that if I go do some reading, I'm going to be way more interesting than if I don't.
Yeah, true.
So I wouldn't mind a bit more structure, assuming that
Yeah.
I was doing it.
So which is why I say the hours cannot be too long, because if it's shorter, it's
2
easier
hours,
for me
2
to
hours.
schedule my time. Yeah.
2 hours
Yeah.
max. Yeah.
Yeah, because if open mic is so long, I don't dare to commit a time because I need to rest. I need to go and take a nap.
I don't know how you
before
do
I
it.
Yeah, I couldn't do
I
that.
No
sleep-
way
Not
would I
I
do
couldn't
it.
do it every week.
Like I really appreciate the fact that you do, because I like the OM. It's like going to church, but
No,
No,
what
it
kind of
is,
fucking
yeah.
church do you go to, man? I don't know.
1 Corinthians 14. If you actually read that, like this is what John said. John's description of what church should be like in Corinthians is actually the OM. Everybody's supposed to take turns. It's not supposed to be one preacher. Everybody's supposed to listen to other people's crazy ideas and help them interpret it. It's actually very biblical, OM. It's good stuff.
Fair enough.
Interesting. Yeah. So I can tell you my routines. So the thing is, usually I want to do Saturdays, but you see that I always cannot do Saturday because, like after the whole day, then I'm still freaking tired. Then maybe Sunday there's some family thing that I need to attend in the morning or what. Then fuck. Then I cannot stay up. So then there will be left with Sunday. Then I have no choice. I tell my wife I have to do. So by the time evening time, I will go to sleep. Like because I always do around 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Singapore time. So I will sleep at around maybe 7, 8, sometimes at 9 or 10 I went to sleep. I go to sleep, then I'll wake up. So you will see in the lounge office, I was like, I'm awake because I just woke up from my nap. Then I can do a straight 5, 6 hours, 7 hours stream because I'm rested. If I'm not rested, then I find it very painful. So Like
Yeah, we can see it on
yesterday-
your face sometimes. There's been open mics where you look like you were the Walking Dead.
Yeah,
Where-
The
sometimes
other
I'm
thing,
really
why
tired.
the other thing I would say is like the thing is from a business point of view, you are very much the product when you're doing it, right? And you are the brand. And I think that you are actually a good product, right? Like I enjoy watching you, and I think that you drop out of the OM, right? You're kind of giving away a lot of the product time to other people. If you have a smaller format, we're going to see more of you, and that's
Yes.
good for your brand. It's better investment in your product because it's got a big share.
What happened to your mic?
So I think for
I can't hear you now.
2025, I think yeah, more Wyatt and less of the scamps is a good thing.
So open mic, because open mic, the idea of open mic is really the people in the DPA army to talk. So it's not less about me. So and actually DPA, I'm never supposed to be I'm never supposed to be the product. I'm never supposed to be like so prominent. Like you see the initial videos, I never show my face for like many months. So it's just that people
I
complain
think you
when
have to be.
people complain when I didn't have my face. People are like, "Where's the handsome face? No, where's the face?" No. Okay, I come back. I put my
No,
face
they
on.
never said that.
I have receipts. I have receipts.
No, but
So those,
listen, I would call it leadership, Wyatt. You kind of do have to lead from the front, right? This is your thing, so you have to kind of like
Yeah, whether you like
Yeah,
it or
for
not,
me,
Wyatt, you created DPA, so that's
yeah.
for now,
Yeah.
I think for the near future, definitely have to be me. In the future, in the future plans, where if I have a team, then the content will be a bit different. Like maybe I will have presenters. Then there will be other type of videos. Like I will be we will be discussing together with my researchers or analysts about the latest situation in certain place, because they will be specialists. Like I will have a guy specialized 100% purely on maybe Middle Eastern issues. So then we'll maybe it will be just 2 person, me and him, where he brief me, which also in turn brief the rest of the audience about what's the latest things. And some of these will become information products to sell to think tank and whatnot. So these are the future plans. But the thing is, everything's got screwed up because of the initial YouTube censorship. So they depressed the channel. So the channel can't grow. That's how Military Summary overtook DPA. DPA was the biggest channel of its kind during the early days in 2022, in the early 2022. So Military Summary overtook because of the depression. I was suppressed. Then after that, I just cannot get back up. And you can see that now I have 3 times more subscribers than 2022. My viewership is the same or less. So I'm stuck in this conundrum that I cannot get out. If I had 3 times more viewerships, I would have 3 times more revenues. I would have started building a team. So now I'm just stuck at survival. So it's unfortunately, how things have turned out to be. I'm very, very disappointed, because when in the first 2-3 months, I looking at the revenue, the curve, and the viewership and the subscriber counts. I was like, wow. Then I thought that, wow, I can do a lot. So I started to have a lot of plans. And freaking hell, 2 years later, I still cannot even do any of the plans. I'm still stuck here. So yeah, but that's life. So I just make do. But there's a lot of plans, but certain things will stay the same. Is that I will continue to attend like open mic. I think this helps. So at least if I can't do any of the video reports, which I have my team to build to do the videos, at least I will be on open mic. I think that's the very least that I will be on. I think. So I'm not sure how it goes, because now it's still too far away, because things is shitty on YouTube. Yeah.
But I would just wanted to add to what you said, that I think it's important that, like, because we are in, let's say things are going to be moving really fast over the next month, that you want to capitalize on this, because we just saw on Twitter the at El Paso, things are going to be happening fast, and if you want your channel to grow, you're going to need to be covering that. Like, what kind of formats you want to use, whatever. And you can do the open mic is fine. I mean, to be honest, like the thing about the open mic, I've heard people say it on the voice chat in your Telegram group, is it's totally hit or miss. Like there's some open mics, Vaughn will say this,
Right.
like there's some open mics that are outstanding, and there's some that are just terrible. I mean, it's not you. I'm just saying it's
I know,
whatever you know what I mean? Like there's some that
I
are
know.
great. They're stellar where, they're knocked out of the park. And there's some that like, I wish I could get that time back. I mean, Toby, you know what I'm talking about, Toby. So,
Oh yeah. Well, listen, I think the open mic is such a unique institution, though. It has value, even if it doesn't have revenue value or whatever. It's such a unique thing. I've never seen anything like it. Where there have been times on the open mic where we have literally one person from each continent around the world, right? That is unique, and also it's ordinary people. It's not experts. That's also unique. So, like, I have a very soft spot for the open mic, and I'm just glad that I don't have to do it. I think Wyatt's doing great public service.
Yeah, because you don't have to. Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't see why the open mic can't become a monthly thing.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I last time people was asking to maybe more often. Then I say that maybe 1 week once is enough. And for now, I feel that 1 week once is just nice, because it's like we have 1 week to process all the things that happened, and then we talk about it. So once a month is a bit too macro, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
A bit, too, like, I can't even remember what happened 2 weeks ago. Like, too many crazy shit happening every day. So, but no, yeah. So which is why I still. So that is the open mind. Then I wanted to have more like this kind of conversation. Like sometimes I really enjoy, just chatting. Sometimes we only with Toby. Sometimes I only chat with, I can't remember, maybe Coping or who. Like you can have much more better quality conversations, because you don't have to give up the mic and then it's like then just wait for the next 15 minutes to talk. Yeah, but you see, that was never the case in the beginning of the open mic. No, we just talk, like, right? We just talk, and then if you're too weak, then you get squeezed out. That's it. Then we just, so the more vocal one will just talk, and then we have flowing conversations. Now it's just like once you give a speech, then after that you have to keep quiet for 15-20 minutes, even half an hour, and then it's like. Then you, like half an hour later, it's like, what the fuck did I want to say? I forgot already.
Was it Bagari? How do you say his name? Was like losing his.
Bagari.
Yeah, he was going
like,
crazy. He wanted to kill everybody. He wanted to kill everybody. He's like, I forgot what I was going to say. I'm going to kill you people. He's like,
Yeah, I cheat on open mic. I will just barge over the top of people, say my bit, and then I'll fuck off. Because it's too tedious to sit around for hours on end. But you do have to kind of like push aside the chaff at times, I think. If you've got something worth saying.
Yeah, so I've been like in the office. I've been telling people, maybe reduce the monologues. Don't go for so long. Like, especially don't link to a separate topic. Let people talk on one thing first. So far, it seems like we find it hard to change. Like it's not just like I saw a lot of people keep saying it's prata. It's not prata only. It's everybody. Toby as well, Gabriel as well. But the thing is, some of these monologues are really good. But the thing is that the problem is when there's terrible monologues, so it's like you just zone out, then everybody just zone out, and then they just start to do their own thing. They're just waiting for the speech to finish. Then I'm not sure if anybody learns anything. When that happens.
No, they don't. They don't. But anyway, gentlemen, Wyatt, I wish you all the success, health, and wealth in 2025. The same for you, Toby. But I got to check out, and I got to actually go back to work. I got to be a wage cook. But
we should actually draw this to a close, and because we've been going for hours, and so we should actually walk the walk. I have nothing further to say except that it's good to see John making some sense for a change. So it warms my heart.
Well, God bless.
Respect the finger, John.
Respect the finger. Well, anyway, God bless to both of you. And take care.
Same to you.
Take care, man.
Congratulations. I feel like the conversations are better, which is why actually I like the DPA panels. But unfortunately, people don't like to watch. DPA panels, maybe it's too long or something, or maybe too boring, or the topics are too dry. I'm not sure. So if not, the panels actually have better quality conversations.
Yeah, I thought so too, but yeah.
Yeah, the viewership is too low to and the time commitments maybe too big. I'm not sure. Yeah, I will think about it. I see how do I.
I like your
how do
idea.
come
I
up-
think this idea has legs. I'm interested to see how it develops.
Yeah.
I think it's a good
So
idea
it-
to copy
so-
the Tim
so
Pool
maybe-
format.
Yeah, so maybe instead of like having this do live chat here, maybe it's gonna be like this. Like you have a latest news maybe on Telegram, for example. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, maybe you have like, oh, so latest news, you have Iran and Russia continue to warm the relationship, and then this by national interest, which is actually totally the same as Team Casa IRL. So Iran and Russia is growing military ties and highlight some of the main points, but then people can share what they think. I'm not sure because even though if I give the time, I'm not sure what news I will be sharing. So yeah, this still needs some brainstorming.
No, I think it's a good
Probably-
idea.
Yeah, I think probably if we start, it will be February. I'm not sure. I'm still thinking about it. I'm still not entirely sure what I should do. Yeah, because now I'm trying a lot of new ideas, new things like DPA news. I've been publishing stuff, but I can't keep up. I can't keep up. I wanted to do too much. I'm too greedy. There's only one me.
Well, no one ever said that anything good was easy. But anyway, I will sign out now and let you close off. But anyway, good to chat.
Thank you,
Wyatt,
Toby.
and I'll talk to you next time.
Yeah, and
See you all.
I enjoyed myself. Thank you, Toby. So yeah. So anyway, Donald Trump is now eating lunch, I think. Yeah. So just people chit-chatting and yeah. So anyway, yeah, it's how long was the stream? I have no freaking idea. Maybe it was what idea? Yeah, Madeline went for a very long secret break. So anyway, thank you everyone for joining the watch party. Trump is now officially the United States president. So I'm not sure if people will still go for his life. That's my worry, because he's still he wanted to do a lot of crazy shit that will make a lot of people very unhappy. So I suspect that his life is always going to be in danger. So yeah, that's something that I'm always going to be worrying about, because if he dies, yeah, the whole world will go to hell. So yeah, let's hope that don't happen. So and yeah, it's okay. Glenn said it's 3 hours. So it's 3 hours. So I think 3 hours. Yeah, maybe. So I just now when the conversation we have with Toby, and JS talking about the idea of having this kind of stream, but for news, maybe shorter one, more scheduled timings. Yeah, it is real. I really have this idea for a long time. I just never got to it because I never know what format should it be and the commitment that it will take. So yeah, I'm thinking about it. And also, how do we present the news? Like for example, just now it's quite fun. Like they are chatting and then I just drop news, the latest news. I think that's fun. What I did was like the commander's briefing. I actually just go through some of the tweets that I retweeted and the replies I did and share things. I think that is also nice. But now, how do I balance all these things with Ukraine war and also news? Yeah, I really, thinking how do I do this? This is the best. Yeah, that's the main concern that I have. So, go. Is there anyone who appears on your stream that uses computer well? I'm not sure. What do you mean by use computer well? Yeah, so yeah, I think this. So we shall see. We shall see how this goes. I want to find a format that people like, that people find it entertaining and informative. The problem with individual news video is that a lot of videos they're not interested. A lot of news people are not interested, so they don't watch, they don't click, and it penalizes the channel got penalized because people don't click. So YouTube don't push the channel as hard. That is a problem that is faced by DPA News, but DPA News is a very 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 new channel, so I'm not sure. Like yeah, I mean, Canadian news to 1.8K, China 2.1K. Yeah, I remember this is a very tiny this is a small channel. Yeah, probably this will continue. My aim is to do one news per day, at least one news per day for DPA News. Maybe I'll have to cut down on Ukraine war in that way. Maybe to find time for more news. But then my worry is that people don't watch. People don't watch, then it's a problem. Then there will be lesser income, which is why I can't run away from Ukraine war for now. Yep. So anyway, thank you everyone for participating and watching this. So hopefully this is a fun conversation and a fun stream. It's very chill, I would say, and we talk about things. So yeah, it's fun. So anyway, that's it. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for the super chats from Madeline and Johari, but mostly Madeline for the super chats. And yeah, I think for this stream, I think it's gonna be demonetized on YouTube. So for those that would really still want to rewatch, there's a high chance I think Rumble will not touch it. I think YouTube may strike it down, the video. But anyway, it's not nice to watch on YouTube for this stream because they keep pulling down the stream multiple times. So yeah. So anyway, enjoy the rest of your day. Congratulations to the Americans. You have a new president, and I like Trump a lot. So I think he's a good president, and I'm very hopeful for the next 4 years. Unless you are Canadian or you're Mexican or you're Panamanian or Danish, then I think life sucks for you. If you're Ukrainian, yeah, depend on where you stand on the Ukraine war. And for the Europeans, things are going to get more expensive. So expect some political turmoil in Europe. And because Trump is going to put a lot of pressure on Europe to change. Because whatever social welfare system that the Europeans are working on, are operating on, and the tax brackets, is not going to work. With resurgent United States, with competitive tax and a business environment, I think Europe will suffer a lot. So I think things are going to change a lot. So, and imagine watching Euro news for years, then watch TBA. I'm not sure what happens when that happens. Odyssey is a very dead platform, if you ask me. Like there's not a lot of views there. There's hardly any revenues, so it's not a viable place to do content creation. And hopefully tweet. Okay, so some news. Thank you so much, Madeline, for the super chat. The dollar just hits 81. So anyway, the Twitter, there's rumors Twitter is going to launch a dedicated video platform on Twitter. So I'm not sure how that will affect the content creation space, and whether there will be more revenues, I'm not so sure. But hopefully that will represent another space for DPA to publish content and gain revenue. Yeah, because no revenue, you really cannot do anything. It's unfortunate. People always say it's all about money, but no money, then how do I continue? I have to go and work. outside, or go back, just focus on design work, which I really want to put down my design work and just focus on DPA. So yeah, I really, that's just, because DPA, at least, I manage my own time, I enjoy it. Design work, you still have to face, look at the you have to like depend on the temper of your client and whatnot. Which is why I don't have much I don't really do sponsorship stuff on DPA, because I'm not really interested to deal with clients, and they are all not very flexible. So anyway, that's it. I need to rest my throat. So yep. So thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe, particularly on Rumble. This stream for Twitter is So that's it. How do I close this? So do I have a proper outro for this? I only have the intro, DPA intro. So anyway, that's it. Thank you for watching. And I'm gonna close the stream. Thank you, everyone. I'm gonna just thank you, everyone. All right, bye, guys. Okay, I dropped the video, so it makes a bit more cool.
In the shadows of the flame, a world in disarray, leaders blind. The vision lost no peace to guide the way, a fire burning deep within. Destruction drawing near, the drums of war are beating loud, but no one seems to hear. Divisions deep in walls grow tall, the cracks become so wide. A battle fueled by ignorance, a truth they cannot hide. The cries of children echo on, their innocence betrayed. But still the leaders turn their heads, oblivious and unswayed. Open your eyes, it's time to see, question the path of humanity. Why are we blind? Why can't we see a future we could have saved, now lost in World War spray? Whispers rise from ashes cold, a plea for what was pure, a call to mend the broken bonds, to seek a path secure. With every heart that hardens, hope slips through like sand, yet voices straight in unison, demanding we take a stand. Beneath the veil of sovereignty, the shadows shift and stir, a world that teeters on the brink, uncertain and unsure. The power held by few ignites the many left to mourn. The cost of war not measured in what's gained, but what's been told. You hear the whispers, can you feel the cries? Lost in the cacophony, the truth behind the lies. Rise up from the darkness, let your voices soar. For in the silence of the brightest lose forevermore. see a future we could have saved, now lost in World War III. Clock ticks on, the time draws near, the signs too clear to miss. A last chance to redirect, to find a different bliss. Yet if the world continues blind and peace remains unsought, we'll all be authors of the tale, the war that we all fought. Open your eyes, it's time to see. Question the path of humanity. Why are we blind? Why can't we see a future we could have saved, now lost in? Open your eyes, it's time to see. Question the path of humanity. Why are we blind? Why can't we see a future we could have saved, now lost in World War III? In the shadows of the flame, a world in disarray, leaders blind, their vision lost.